Inside a shop known as Kang's Makuksu, a sign proclaimed the top spot in the sewing department for their newest hire. The proprietor's eldest daughter, inheritor of Kang Makuksu, was the subject of gossip amongst a group of chattering women. A lady with chestnut hair and fringe tried on professional attire. Beside her, a woman accompanied by two young boys showered her with compliments. The garments, they insisted, justified every penny spent. The boys lauded their sibling, declaring her appearance stunning in the outfit. She projected an air of remarkable sophistication. However, her mind raced with cost computations. Wearing the ensemble 5 days a week for a full year meant 52 weeks of use. This translated to 260 separate occasions. Worn every third day, it would still see use 87 times over a 3-year period. The outfit's daily expense would then average out to 1,000 won. A reasonable expenditure, she reasoned, for a long-term fashion investment. She moved her limbs, assessing the fit of the clothes, acknowledging this might be her sole attire for the next quarter, prompting a sigh from the woman as she inquired about Ming Yang's intentions. After all, she possessed a keen intellect. Thus, success was assured regardless of her destination. Yet, a lingering sense of unease persisted. Professional life diverged significantly from academia. It entailed compulsory extended hours and unreasonable superiors, coupled with corporate regulations. Inexplicable occurrences would inevitably arise. Therefore, irrespective of circumstances, she must remember these 3 cardinal rules. Firstly, the woman counseled her to comply with her manager's directives, refraining from dissent or grievances. Secondly, she should articulate what people desired to hear, rather than expressing her genuine sentiments. Finally, she should maintain a perpetual smile, regardless of events. A decade had elapsed since then. Aminyong adhered meticulously to her mother's guidance. She complied with her superiors, delivering the appropriate pronouncements, consistently maintaining a cheerful demeanor, and leveraging her exceptional business aptitude. She ascended to the position of top performer, leading the pack in the employee training seminar, achieving the highest ranking in the performance review. She was the sought-after teammate for every project, the gold medalist in the company's athletic competition, reigning champion of the company quiz, unrivaled in client satisfaction scores. Among other accomplishments, she thrived in every endeavor and rapidly ascended the corporate ladder, becoming the youngest individual to ever attain the role of senior manager. Or at least that was the anticipated trajectory until the preceding day, when she received notice of her impending appointment as an executive assistant due to an upcoming formal designation. Consequently, she would serve as the executive assistant and counsel to TK Corporation CEO, the aloof Opta. Despite her current standing as a senior manager, they abruptly sought to relegate her to a secretarial position. Even after a decade of unwavering dedication, she unexpectedly encountered this formidable setback. This prompted Ming Yang to contemplate if she had committed any errors. Consequently, she requested a detailed account of the events. Her supervisor refuted that notion, grinning because, on the contrary, she excelled in every task. Nevertheless, he acknowledged his actions were an unanticipated maneuver. It was also regrettable for him, as he was reluctant to forfeit such a proficient individual. With a sigh, he informed her she was the sole employee within the entire organization, capable of managing the notorious CEO, Isyuk Tar. Furthermore, CEO Tar had stated that Song Bakshay would extend a suitable proposition to her. A verdant barricade of cypress trees stood tall, and even the sunlight filtering through their branches appeared intense, a landmark of South Korean commerce. This location served as the residence of the TK Group CEO. Contemplating a transition to Songbak-che, Z1 realized that her destiny would soon be determined by the TK Group's chief executive. For Z1, it was a do-or-die situation. This could represent the ultimate breakthrough in her career, or an unprecedented catastrophe. Consequently, CEO Tae prepared for departure, appearing poised for a leisurely holiday. Nearby, accompanying him, a sharply dressed young man, his manager, addressed CEO Tae. Jichi and Kim inquired about the pleasantness of his flight. Tae affirmed, entrusting his luggage to Kim, who offered a smile and remarked on the potential strain of the business trip. However, strain wasn't entirely accurate. For Tae, the trip was merely a pretext. The business venture served as a convenient excuse. He hadn't indulged in a respite for years, consumed by the demands of his work. This presented a long-awaited chance for relaxation. 3.5 decades prior, He dedicated his life to TK, envisioning a future with Song Bakchase, only to have Jumpsop unexpectedly materialize and usurp the company's operations. Despite his indignation stemming from this, he entrusted Junsop with the entire operation and embarked on a business trip unannounced. Keen to observe the company's performance in his absence, he entered his vehicle to journey towards his Cheongdong residence. Mid-transit, his chauffeur informed him of directives to escort him straight to the strategic planning department. Immediately upon disembarking, this revelation astonished Isaac. He sighed, feeling utterly fatigued, and suggested they return home instead. A sudden incoming call further exasperated him. He pondered the caller's identity. Mere moments after deplaning, he glanced at the phone and realized it was Junsop himself. Without hesitation, he promptly ended the call, yearning for relaxation. However, even that simple pleasure was denied to him. The vehicle halted amidst a traffic jam. A cacophony of horns blared, amplifying his irritation, leading Isiop to grumble that it was undoubtedly Junsop's fault yet again, particularly because he was phoning once more. When Kim concurred, Isiop instructed him to either disconnect the call or answer. The manager then revealed that the caller was actually Secretary Mingye Kong. This caused Isiop's eyes to widen in astonishment, leaving him to ponder if it was the same individual who had commenced employment alongside him. Kim affirmed that she was indeed their manager, while Isiop mused that he had always perceived her as peculiar. But now he questioned the reason for her directly contacting the executive director in such a manner. Kim then remarked that he would likely have to respond, prompting Isiop to inquire why, since it was bothersome regardless. He picked up the phone. Kong greeted him with a smile, explaining that henceforth she would serve as his personal secretary and executive assistant. This left Isiop bewildered, questioning why a woman of her clear capabilities would be working as his personal assistant. She wondered aloud if this was all Johnson's doing. Releasing a tense chuckle, she responded that he could discuss the specifics with Johnson directly later, even offering to connect them immediately if the caller, presumably from OPP, questioned Johnson's sanity. She firmly stated she was not Johnson's secretary and demanded an end to the supposed jest. She asserted it was an overwhelming amount of information to burden someone freshly returned from a trip. He needed rest, she declared, and she would convey the message accordingly. Abruptly, she terminated the call with Kong. Smiling, she informed Johnson that the individual from OPP had disconnected. Following the outburst, Johnson returned the smile and instructed her to continue with the planned agenda regardless. In the meantime, Johnson finally found a moment to recline on his bed, hoping for tranquility, or so he believed. His respite was shattered by the insistent buzzing of his phone, signaling another incoming call. With a sigh of resignation, he sat up and answered, inquiring with exasperation what new issue had arisen. Kim inquired if he could enter briefly, stating he was just outside his residence. His reason was that Senior Manager Kong also wished to come inside, and her presence alongside him caused him to bolt upright in utter disbelief. He demanded to know how she deduced such a thing, until Kong herself seized Kim's phone to speak with him personally. At this, Isiop questioned whether she was obligated to comply with every instruction. She argued she had her own responsibilities to manage, and moreover, she had journeyed all the way there. Maintaining her smile, she declared that henceforth she would serve as his private secretary and executive assistant. This revelation astonished him, and Kong affirmed it, explaining it was a directive from Song Bakchase himself. Therefore, she lamented they had little time to spare, and she would enter his home immediately, regardless of his approval. This prompted Isiop to yell and scramble out of bed, only to stumble and crash heavily onto the floor, his phone clattering to a stop before the doorway. He scrambled to get dressed before Kong could walk in, and witnessed something inappropriate. Nevertheless, Kong entered regardless. After a brief pause, he greeted her with a good morning, only to be met with the sight of Isiop struggling to rise. Flustered after observing his blush, she quietly retreated and shut the door as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred, leaving Isiop exclaiming in a mix of mortification and exasperation. A short time later he emerged to converse with the pair outside. Kong remarked that they had 15 minutes remaining, inquiring if that was sufficient for him. Isiop disagreed, stating he was completely unprepared, having not yet bathed, feeling famished and lacking attire. Readjusting her spectacles, Kong assured him everything was in order, gesturing towards Kim, who promptly displayed 2 prepared outfits, both laundered and ready for him to don. Furthermore, they had already made sandwiches for breakfast. Despite this, Isiop protested that he did not consume sandwiches. Kong was adamant, declaring it a ham and cheese sandwich devoid of any vegetables, precisely to his liking, and that they had also made eggs for his morning meal. This silenced him momentarily, as Kong then stated she would provide him with a comprehensive itinerary in the vehicle. However, he protested that this wasn't the paramount concern, gesturing towards her and inquiring if a secretarial assistant truly had the authority to intrude upon his residence in such a manner. This was his private domain, therefore he was entitled to do as he pleased within its confines. He could even stroll about unclothed, as he had previously, if he so desired. Leaning closer, he asked if she was truly capable of handling the situation, prompting her to counter if his discomfort stemmed from her being female. This rendered Kong momentarily speechless before erupting into laughter, finding the inquiry utterly absurd and comical. He wouldn't be perturbed by such a trivial matter. At that, Kong grinned, deducing that it was reassuring he felt at ease in her presence. He proceeded to mention they had a mere 10 minutes remaining before their departure, and noted the limited time available for his shower. She therefore directed Kim to fetch the warm towel they had previously arranged. Anticipating this scenario, she donned protective handwear as Kim retrieved the cleansing solutions, poised to commence assisting with his cleanup. This unexpected action startled Icy up, prompting him to inquire about the purpose of these items and the reason for their presence, demanding their immediate removal from his view. Following this outburst, the pair exchanged a prolonged gaze before Isiop interjected, requesting a delay and stating his intention to complete his ablutions in 5 minutes. He observed her sleek, uncurled hair, her unremarkable spectacles, the two-piece ensemble she had seemingly maintained for a decade, a remarkably consistent appearance. She remained unchanged since their initial encounter. Despite this, Isiop consistently found her presence vexing. As per usual, when the leading personnel of the 53rd class within the TK employee development cohort were announced, she ranked first. Kong garnered accolades and widespread commendation from her peers, with Ursiop trailing closely behind in the second position. His entire life had been dedicated to securing the coveted title of TK, group's heir apparent. Fortunately, he managed to fulfill everyone's anticipations, living up to the constant acclaim he received. Since his childhood years, he was hailed as a prodigy, but all his achievements stemmed from relentless dedication in pursuit of such distinguished recognition. Consequently, Ursiop had consistently maintained the top spot, never faltered. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself relegated to second place for the first time. That day, they were met with a round of applause, as the organization's two most exceptional personnel publicly acknowledged. Despite this, Ursiop felt a surge of discontent at being positioned behind Kong. His fists clenched involuntarily, trembling with barely suppressed frustration. Post-shower, he commenced drying his hair, utilizing the hairdryer, meticulously adhering to the allotted 5-minute duration. This adherence earned him a compliment from Kong. Their gazes locked once more. Isiop remained slightly taken aback since, out of everyone, he least anticipated her becoming his personal assistant. He donned his dress shirt, informing Kong that he had a strong aversion to secretaries who were overly attached, constantly hovering around him. Following a brief pause, she replied that she would endeavor to accommodate his inclinations. He countered that, contrarily, he excelled at feigned cordiality. Thus, he could tolerate individuals he found disagreeable. Nevertheless, he resolved to be candid with her, declaring his utter dislike for Manager Kong. His words caused her eyes to widen in surprise. Isiop revealed that from the initial day of staff orientation, the instant they were assigned to the same team, he had harbored a dislike for her. He then drew near, proposing that she tender her resignation and depart. Subsequently, after another tense silence, Kong requested leave to reply, pointing out that they were, in reality, 7 minutes behind schedule, prompting their immediate departure, leaving him stunned, as she had completely disregarded his previous statements. Both Kong and Kim then reminded him that President Shi-won awaited his presence. In a moment of tranquility, Matan exhaled, finally consenting to go. After completing his attire, he proceeded down the corridor. Kong recalled Isiop's declaration of dislike towards her. The thought lingered because, truthfully, she had never held any affection for Isiop either. From their initial encounter over a decade prior, despite his status as the purported heir to the TK conglomerate. She perceived him as nothing more than a pampered royal. En route to their appointment, during the vehicle journey, Kang observed him through the rearview mirror. Kang found herself pondering. Purely aesthetically speaking, Aesop embodied her ideal physical archetype. 7 days prior, Kang had an encounter with the chairman of TK Corporation, Seven Thai. He claimed to have heard numerous accolades about her from director Young Si. He deduced she must be a highly productive employee, thus expressing his hope that she would diligently care for his son. Hearing this, a chill ran down Kang's spine, leaving her slightly apprehensive. She stammered a response about her ongoing learning process when C1 interjected, remarking on having heard that her younger siblings were involved in athletics, specifically promising athletes in winter sports. If they possessed even a fraction of her abilities, they undoubtedly held immense potential in TK's eyes. The corporation had a known affinity for nurturing gifted sportsmen. This triggered a recollection of Young Seop's words, foretelling a potential proposition from Song Baekjae in the near future. The intense crimson hue in Baekjae's gaze felt ominously fitting, inducing a cold sweat in Kang. She questioned if this was the very scenario the director had alluded to. Upon concluding her meeting with Sei Wante, Kang exhaled deeply, the weight of the daunting conversation palpable. She might have even trembled slightly from the unnerving experience. His bestial gaze pierced her, as if conveying a silent command to perform flawlessly. Inhaling deeply, Kang fought to quell her lingering fear. She had, after all, demonstrated competence and diligence thus far. Her twin brothers were likely consumed with financial anxieties. It would be a relief if her younger siblings could focus solely on their training without distractions. Just as these thoughts occupied her mind, a call arrived from her brothers, their voices filled with jubilation. On the other end of the line, they were celebrating raucously. Thanks to the TK Corporation sponsorship, their family was truly fortunate. Kang haltingly expressed her joy, believing their happiness was her ultimate priority. Their well-being was paramount. Nothing else truly mattered, even if it meant enduring her current predicament. Returning to the present moment, she acknowledged Isiop remained undeniably her ideal. However, she had to suppress her infatuation, refusing to linger on the thought. Drawing a steadying breath, she strove for composure. Securing Isiop's endorsement was an absolute necessity to generate income for her siblings and relatives, and thus, her inaugural day as Isiopte's aide and confidential assistant commenced. Upon their arrival, the dialogue between Isiart and Shuwon initiated with the latter's grandson, presenting a token of remembrance to him. He had received the keepsake from Shuwon during his childhood. With a smile, he inquired about his grandfather's well-being. Shuwon responded that his health was satisfactory, yet his posture was noticeably strained. Observing them, the protagonist contemplated. His demeanor seemed entirely transformed compared to their previous encounter. As Isiopte proposed a joint excursion, Kang perceived him as empathetic. However, the elder expressed a preference for the comfort of his residence. To Kang, it appeared that only Isiopte possessed the ability to soothe Shuwon. It was at that moment that Siwon initiated a conversation with her, regarding her with a solemn expression, while inquiring about her job performance. She paused, pondering the reason for his daunting gaze. Her response was that it being her first day, there was naturally room for improvement. Siwon concurred, mentioning her slight tardiness. Kang assured him it wouldn't be repeated. Her trembling hands clenched tightly. This caught Isiop's attention, prompting him to question her unusual behavior. Her demeanor was a stark contrast to her earlier confidence. The elder gentleman stated his high expectations for her. She vowed not to disappoint him. Despite her anxious tone, she pledged to strive for excellence. Aesop observed her apparent fear. Suwon then expressed his desire for more frequent visits from his grandson to Sung Bakjia. These visits should include greetings and business updates. He emphasized this point to Kang, who readily consented, as C1 asserted that Isiop represented the core of TK Corporation, and therefore required TK's most proficient associate as his aide for this particular endeavor. This time, it was Isiop who faltered, concurring that Manager Kang was undeniably the most qualified candidate for the position. However, he proceeded to discuss a certain matter that unsettled the protagonist, causing him anxiety that Isiop might divulge. The episode of his home visit and her acting as his personal secretary. Kong dreaded the possibility of immediate dismissal on her initial day, and he observed her visibly breaking out in a cold sweat. This gave him pause before proceeding, alluding to her temporary role as his secretary. Kong reacted by seizing his arm, vehemently shaking her head with crimson, nearly tearful eyes, a display ICOP had never witnessed. This in turn unnerved her. Following her nearly 3 interruptions, C1 inquired about the issue and ICOP's intended message. Finally, ICOP spoke, but his intention was simply to express gratitude to his grandfather for assigning her the role of his personal assistant, effectively dismissing the prior subject. Subsequently, they departed the meeting with Su Wong, Kong exhaling a sigh of palpable relief. Drained after a single exchange, she nearly concluded that her exhaustion stemmed from overexerting herself during the workday. She then proceeded towards her residence, eagerly anticipating a refreshing shower and a moment of respite. Upon opening her front door, she was taken aback by the sight of her siblings rushing to welcome her. Elated, they had been patiently awaiting her arrival, and even provided a detailed account of the duration of her commute. Present as well was Kang's housemate, C.A. Lee, who offered a warm greeting with a smile. Observing her apparent fatigue, and surmising she had likely not yet dined, C.A. Lee was in the process of preparing a meal. However, Kong remained perplexed and astonished by the unexpected gathering. Lee shared that she'd received the joyous news from her twin siblings, explaining that they were organizing a surprise celebration. Upon realizing the situation, Lee suggested she freshen up with a shower, a proposition the twins readily seconded, expressing their desire to assist with the meal preparations. Observing the animated commotion of the spirited discussion, Kong pondered their actual usefulness, since she felt solely responsible for shouldering the entire workload. Regardless, she proceeded to shower, emerging shortly thereafter, feeling somewhat rejuvenated after shedding a portion of her fatigue. Subsequently, Lee remarked that their elder brother's arrival was imminent, and they could all dine together upon his appearance. This announcement caught Kong completely unprepared, particularly as the doorbell chimed concurrently with Lee's brother's arrival. She rushed to welcome him. She greeted him with exuberant joy, thrilled by the reunion after a prolonged separation, inquiring about his time of return to Korea and whether he had encountered traffic delays. Moments later, Kong also emerged from her quarters to greet Lee's brother, who offered her a warm smile. A significant period had elapsed since their last encounter, a reunion now marked by shared smiles. The main character welcomed Hyun Song, Lee's sibling, expressing astonishment at his unannounced return. This prompted a chuckle from him, remarking that her surprised reaction showed she hadn't changed a bit. He then affectionately ruffled Kang's hair, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. She nervously fidgeted with her shirt, inquiring if that was what he was referring to. He affirmed his observation. It was because she still adored the juvenile character depicted on her top. Kandokur was her beloved character from the kids' program, Veggie Rangers. The more one learned about him, the more endearing he became. However, he lacked widespread popularity amongst children. Truthfully, they were all practically one large, extended family, having grown up together in the same community. Therefore, a close bond naturally formed between them. Due to Kang's early graduation, she lacked peers her own age. At the age of 17, she enrolled in the nation's most prestigious academy. Yet, both Lee and Hyun remained within the realm of her childhood recollections. They had shared considerable time together during those formative years. Hyun, her upperclassman, had provided significant assistance due to her early enrollment at the institution. He embodied the role of a dependable elder sibling. Now, they were gathered around the dining table, raising their glasses in unison. Li shuklat expressing disappointment that Kong failed to savor the invigorating flavor of beer. Kong often lamented missing out on one of Lee's cherished indulgences, eliciting laughter from Kong herself. After all, her intolerance for alcohol was an insurmountable obstacle. Still, partaking in a drink on such an occasion felt appropriate. Lee's elation stemmed from the twins securing sponsorship from TK and Hyun obtaining new employment. They were commemorating these accomplishments, leading the twins to proclaim Hyun's exceptionalism for securing a position at a legal practice. It was a truly remarkable feat. They inquired whether his return to Korea was permanent. Hyun concurred, stating his intention to establish residency there. His relocation was due to a new assignment collaborating with TK Corporation. He inquired about the protagonist's department within the company. She responded with laughter, having only just commenced her employment. In reality, Lee enthusiastically declared it was her inaugural day as a secretarial assistant. This realization caused her to abruptly lose enthusiasm, the memory fresh in her mind. Nevertheless, Lee persisted in seeking her perspective on working alongside the notorious Izzy Abtar. She struggled to articulate a response, stammering. Her friend chuckled, observing her expression of repugnance. The amusement prompted her friend to continue with inquiries resembling a job interview. The reason for the intense curiosity stemmed from Icy Up being Saiwan Tai's sole male grandchild. Saiwan Tai held the position of chief executive officer at the nation's foremost corporation. He had been the anticipated heir to the TK Group since his youth. From a young age, he was groomed as the prospective successor of TK. His striking, doll-like features were widely recognized. He captivated the country's attention with his refined and aristocratic demeanor. This widespread recognition resulted in paparazzi and journalists encroaching upon his personal life. This constant intrusion potentially explained his aversion to media attention and vanished from the spotlight as he matured. Consequently, numerous tales regarding his attractiveness circulated like folklore, persisting to this day. Hence, Lee was overflowing with enthusiasm. Because Kong was designated to collaborate with a third-generation heir, so strikingly handsome that individuals traded his picture cards. Nevertheless, she remained silent on the matter. Moreover, if she served as his personal assistant, it could significantly propel her career advancement within the organization. Gradually, the central character acquiesced, stating she would simply be content to retain her employment, a remark that instantly captivated Lee's notice. Perspiring slightly, Kong divulged that ICOP held a negative opinion of her, eliciting cries of astonishment from everyone. Inquiring about the reason, she clarified that their employment at the company commenced simultaneously, yet it appeared they were inherently incompatible. He had explicitly stated his dislike for her upon their initial encounter during orientation, and she, in turn, regarded him as foolish. Their personalities clashed, yet collaboration was unavoidable. It was a strained and interdependent partnership. Hyam reportedly remarked that collaborating with the aloof IC must be taxing, considering their incompatibility, and the necessity of constant interaction. The main character responded, asserting that the compensation received justified the hardship. Despite noticing the strain in her posture, Hyun emphasized the significance of financial stability, but urged her to prioritize her well-being above all else. He expressed his belief that she consistently overexerted herself. Kong retorted that her workload was manageable enough to avoid causing him concern. She mused that his kindness was excessive if her superior possessed even half of his compassion. Her current predicament wouldn't be so dire. Mid-sentence, a barrage of messages flooded her phone, instructing her to assemble client briefing materials and deliver them to his residence by 7 o'clock. This triggered a surge of exasperation within the protagonist. She felt aggravated by his demanding nature, deeming him a nuisance. The following morning, however, the protagonist flawlessly resumed her secretarial duties. For an early encounter with her frosty boss, she offered a cheerful greeting, but he accused her of a 30-minute tardiness, a clear attempt to provoke her. Wong countered that her arrival was punctual. However, the entry code for the main entrance had been altered, eliciting a look of feigned innocence from him, as if perplexed as to why. The lead character remarked she had modified the timetable to avoid disrupting the workday, inwardly fuming because that imbecile, ICOP, had modified the access code to ensure her tardiness. As a countermeasure, ICOP disregarded her audible complaint, stating he would be available whenever he was prepared to receive the daily agenda report. He then pivoted, proclaiming his fatigue, having just been roused from slumber due to this disturbance. She retorted that she had foreseen such a scenario and had already laid out his morning meal. Witnessing this, ICOP scowled, lifting a hand to declare that his sole beverage was coffee, exclusively derived from canyon beans and brewed in a meticulously precise and harmonious manner. He dismissed her gesture and commanded her to dispose of the offending brew, gesturing towards a distant corner of the dwelling for its disposal. Although inwardly annoyed, Kong inquired about the day's scheduled conference as ICOP stifled a yawn, claiming he required further repose. She brought to his attention that Director Tai awaited his presence. However, ICOP displayed apathy towards meeting with Junse, lamenting about the early hour. Thereupon, he instructed her to abolish the appointment, provoking a tremor of fury within Kong, reflecting on her mere 2 days as a secretary. For the inaugural instance in her professional life, she sensed her forbearance undergoing a genuine trial. Nevertheless, she concurred with ICOP's pronouncements. Subsequently, the pair proceeded to ISA's workplace, where the central figure delivered a report, conveying that securing ownership of TK Electronics would necessitate a period of time. However, the restructuring of TK Corporation proceeded as planned. The ensuing phases encompassed logistical development, commerce, and the leisure establishment in conjunction with TK Fashion. Exhaling deeply, ICOP divulged that she had postponed the TK Fashion presentation until last, which constituted the most significant predicament. TK Fashion represented the cornerstone of the TK conglomerate, but its persistently subpar efficiency had developed into the team's biggest quandary. Recalling this, ICOP pondered how he could be compelled to handle that enterprise. Revenue was sluggish, and discussions of divesting the sector were circulated. Discovering prompt remedies proved exceedingly challenging. He exclaimed that he had toiled for years only for Junsa to acquire all the genuinely profitable divisions, leaving him burdened with the troublesome remnants. He was utterly devoid of any desire to work, exasperated because his sole aspiration was to abandon everything. This was unfavorable tidings. For Kong, it was apparent that ICOP lacked any motivation whatsoever. Observing this pathetic spectacle, she contemplated how she could possibly collaborate with someone so listless. Whatever became of the resolute ICOP she encountered during their apprenticeship, who consistently spearheaded every endeavor, and despite perpetually appearing as an insufferable egotist to the protagonist. Back then, he at least possessed a semblance of merit befitting the moniker of Hare. At least, that was her perception. Observing from the periphery, perpetually preoccupied with advancing Harlefrey's ambitions and destiny. Now, the central figures remained speechless, witnessing ICOP's rising unease, prompting him to inquire, as if she suspected him of wrongdoing. He stammered a denial, recalling the necessity of maintaining her secretarial composure throughout her employment. At that, ICOP remarked that she must have held that belief previously, when she was an aspiring, high-ranking executive. But now, she was relegated to assisting ICOP, a man with limited prospects. He was destined for stagnation. She faltered, denying the accusation and insisting she harbored no such thoughts. Rather, it was a privilege to aid him in his endeavors. Rising, ICOP fixated on Kong and moved towards her, who offered no response until he pointed out her parched lips. Drawing closer, he suggested she find a method to hydrate them, before attempting such blatant falsehoods in his presence. With that, he returned to his desk, warning her against repeating the action, then extending his limbs with a sleepy sigh. Kong flushed, her fingers brushing her lips, her pulse racing from the unexpected proximity. Amos's phrases lingered, making her question her well-being in that place. A decade prior, the incoming personnel of the 53rd cohort received a cordial reception into the TK Corporation, met with applause from the assembled crowd during the ceremony. As the MC provided commentary, ICOP observed the leading figures beside him. She was the individual who had eclipsed him as the top-performing newcomer within the organization. Upon discovering this, his grandfather instructed him to monitor her throughout the training period, to gauge her potential for trustworthiness, or if her intelligence posed a liability. Those were his grandfather's exact words. However, even during their shared hours in the training facility, ICOP preferred to avoid dwelling on Kong. Navigating the hallways of the workshop, conversations often revolved around ICOP, speculating whether he was a professional model, and envying him for seemingly possessing everything. He offered a subtle smile, acknowledging the whispers about him. ICOP consistently brought joy to the girls, eliciting radiant smiles, simply by acknowledging their existence. Female attention was something he had grown accustomed to. Many couldn't even meet his gaze, without blushing deeply, and quickly turning away. However, this type of admiration was undesirable to him. In truth, ICOP considered it a significant burden. Finding solace in quiet corners, he could finally experience a sense of relief, escaping the clamor of his fellow students. Maintaining a flawless facade was utterly draining. Then, one day, he observed Kong engrossed in a book as she passed by. He remained wordless as she registered his presence. She then graced him with a smile, completely surprising him, as Kong maintained unwavering eye contact. In reality, she established direct eye contact unhesitatingly. Yet, she neither paused nor hastened her pace. She simply strolled by in a natural manner. Nevertheless, for some inexplicable reason, Isiop perceived that response as an affront. He distinctly recalled those occasions when he roused from a brief slumber in his workplace. He pondered the nature of the dream he had just experienced. Subsequently, he overheard external voices announcing their imminent entry. They rapped on the door as a courtesy. Disregarding Isiop's request to hold on, Kong barged into the office with exuberance, carrying paperwork requiring his authorization. Her actions vexed him, as she consistently entered without obtaining prior consent. Despite this, his gaze lingered on Kong, his mind conjuring up the individual he once knew from the atelier. Silence enveloped him as Kong voiced her assumption that he might be asleep. Consequently, she felt unable to remain outside any longer. She deposited a stack of papers and files upon his desk, consisting of progress assessments on the ongoing leisure complex endeavor, and began to voice his opinion on its redundancy until Islop halted, recognizing that Kong had meticulously arranged all the information. Its legibility was remarkable. Observing his impressed demeanor, Kong tossed the documents onto the desk and instructed her against excessive effort. She was free to exert herself as much as she desired, but it held no significance and garnered no attention. The company's operation wasn't contingent on his presence. However, Kong countered, asserting that Executive Director Islop constituted a crucial component of TK Corporation. Each TK employee was cognizant of his contributions to the firm throughout the preceding decade, and she yearned to reiterate the profound privilege of witnessing his expertise firsthand. Her utterance rendered him speechless. Then, averting his gaze, he conceded her departure. He would subsequently re-examine the document. The protagonist concurred and requested notification if any assistance was required. Subsequently, she departed from his office. Junsorp chuckled, remarking that he finally had the opportunity to see I-Corp's face after such a long time, and inquired about the change of heart. Since I-Corp had previously stated he wouldn't participate, the higher-ups were elated by his return, commending his excellent performance, to which I-Corp retorted that the credit wasn't his, but rather belonged to Kong. Adding a laugh for emphasis, Junsop declared he always believed she was a brilliant choice for his assistant, and I-Corp wondered how he managed to reassign her. He, of all people, should be aware that Kong was far too talented for a simple secretarial role, working in such a capacity. Junsop chuckled once more and asked if I-Corp was truly unaware, suggesting he should have conducted an inquiry in the past several days. At the very least, consulted with advertising manager Makyu. He then disclosed that Kang's twin siblings, university figure skating athletes Mu Won and Min Jin, were receiving financial support. This aroused I-Corp's suspicions, as their academic records didn't appear to warrant such sponsorship. And Jonskia clarified that the financial support was contingent on their capabilities. That remark caused IC to fall silent momentarily, before inquiring if their motive was solely to retain her in her secretarial role. Junseer retorted that nobody had instructed him to abandon his work and embark on such an extended overseas trip. They required someone with her expertise to fill the void left by Isiop's absence. Based on his findings, Kang's folks operated a humble markutsu eatery, and her children were involved in athletics. This likely presented a significant financial strain on their household. If the proposition originated from Song Bagjae, it implied that Kong lacked the leverage to decline the secretarial position. That notion nearly provoked Isiop. But Junsup maintained that Kong was performing admirably as his aide. Therefore, he saw no issue with retaining her services for the time being. After all, Isup was cognizant of her circumstances, so it shouldn't concern him. This gave Isaac pause, forcing him to contemplate whether his feelings towards Kong were truly that ambivalent. Slowly, he refuted it, asserting that such was not the reality. Yet his hand instinctively went to his arm, recalling how she had grasped his arm similarly moments prior. He hadn't anticipated the palpable desperation in her touch, nor the imploring look in her eyes. She seemed to be desperately seeking a means to preserve the current predicament. Her actions left him feeling slightly disquieted. That had to be the explanation, or at the very least, that was the narrative Isaac chose to embrace when his thoughts drifted towards Kong. On a different occasion, Isaac was serenely seated in his office one afternoon as sunlight streamed through the window panes. It was an opportune moment to leisurely savor a cup of coffee, free from obligations or significant worries, relaxing on a plush sofa until the sound of hurried, determined footfalls resonated from the corridor. His eyes abruptly widened as he detected the underlying anxiety in the approaching steps. Ong burst in, visibly agitated and perspiring nervously, when Kong abruptly opened the door and summoned Iceup, inquiring if he had finished his meal. Startled, Iceup let out a yelp, clutching his chest, where his heart pounded erratically. He gazed at the protagonist, who announced she would commence with the afternoon agenda recap, catching him completely unprepared as she launched into an uninterrupted monologue. It wasn't long before Iceup began venting to Kim, lamenting that each day felt akin to being trapped in a thriller. The mere echo of her heels clicking in the distance sufficed to send his pulse racing, as though she were a spectral presence. He lived in constant anticipation of her requiring his authorization. Her heels were that dreadful. Iceup invariably found himself quivering upon hearing her draw near. The fact that Kong never granted him a moment's respite was unsettling, not even briefly, and despite being her superior, he remained apprehensive of his secretary. Listening to these grievances, Kim offered a smile and responded that this was simply Manager Kang's characteristic behavior, always brimming with zeal and resolve. Acquiring a seal could only surmise that Kim's vehicle was the sole location, where he could genuinely unwind until the automobile commenced its journey. Upon receiving a communication from Supervisor Kong, Kim jubilantly declared the caller's identity, astonishing Iceup. Despite his prior instruction to refrain from answering, Kim disregarded the request nonetheless, prompting Iceup to murmur a plea for Kim to conceal his presence, though the protagonist distinctly perceived his utterance. She feigned ignorance of any engagements beyond the workplace that day. He stammered a denial, claiming prior commitments. Yet the existence of such obligations was improbable, as Kong remained unaware of his existence. She asserted that he currently faced a substantial workload and could not afford diversions. Consequently, she inquired about the possibility of returning his call later. Iceup stuttered negative response, claiming his preoccupation elicited a smile from her. She responded that she would await him at the office. Despite this declaration, Kong frequently griped to Lee about Iceup's inconsiderate behavior, often returning significantly later than the agreed-upon departure time. With a sigh, she pondered if he acted so immaturely. Lee consoled her, offering comfort and support. She empathized, acknowledging the numerous challenges Lee faced in her profession. At Lee's residence, they received an unexpected visit from Hyun. He had come directly from his workplace, longing for their company. Lee playfully suggested Hyun was craving Kang's mother's home cooking. He chuckled, admitting the truth in her jest. This prompted Kong to gather several food items his mother had sent. Though he initially desired only a small amount to appease his hunger, she insisted it was acceptable since her mother had prepared an abundant quantity. There was more than enough for everyone, ensuring Hyam could also partake. Their conversation shifted to how occupied everyone seemed to be lately. Even Hyun had a demanding schedule, though perhaps not as demanding as Kang's. Hyun then remarked that he'd learned Lee had a blind date plan. The following day, a revelation that stunned her. She questioned him, surprised, asking how he acquired this information. He disclosed his knowledge of her upcoming meeting with Hospital J's director, since they were classmates in primary school, catching Lee completely off guard once more. As Hyam continued his explanation, he revealed he learned about it when the director contacted him. 72 hours prior, he attempted to speak with Lee, but she reacted with indifference. Consequently, the director inquired if Hyun had committed any errors. Still apprehensive, Lee questioned if she had made a mistake, and if he had divulged any further information. Hyun added that the director had solely inquired about her preferences, to which Hyun responded that she favored the French eatery at Hotel M, and that she possessed impeccable style and was adorable, prompting the main character to pause in thought. A sense of unease settled upon them. Lee then proceeded to usher her brother out of the residence, giggling nervously as she ejected him, declaring that they were retiring for the night. Although he remained clueless, Hyun concurred and requested the main character express gratitude to her mother. As Lee slammed the door shut, visibly anxious, the protagonist inquired about their recent actions, and Lee nervously assured her that everything would be all right, despite both acknowledging the dire situation, because 72 hours prior, Lyot had proposed a blind date with Kong at a high-end establishment. The venue was the French dining establishment within Hotel M, a location Kong recognized as her companion's preferred choice. However, she stammered, praising the ambience. In return, the protagonist displayed apathy, questioning the relevance of ambience on a blind date. Nevertheless, Lee implored her friend for assistance, requesting she take her place. It was the final musical performance Lee desired to witness. Prior to her beloved idol's military enlistment, missing this concert meant forfeiting any future opportunity to see them perform. She understood the extreme difficulty in acquiring these tickets. Lee vowed her mother would cease arranging similar blind dates if she embarked on this particular endeavor now. Therefore, she implored Kong to attend an appointment, in return for preparing meals and tidying for a month. However, the central character desired none of that compensation. Despite persistent pleading, Kong ultimately acquiesced to the proposition, as the engagement was merely a one-hour rendezvous. A seasoned fashion editor with 8 years of expertise would be substituted by Kong, who was utterly unfamiliar with fashion and donned inexpensive secondhand garments. Impersonating Lee was an impossible feat for Kong. Yet, her companion reassured her that there was no cause for alarm. Due to her own proficiency in fashion, she vowed to rectify this aesthetic predicament within minutes. Thus, she pledged to metamorphose Kong into the quintessential Lee using her aptitude. Or rather, she would reinvent her into an entirely novel Kong. Time elapsed until the dinner engagement with the administrator of Hospital JJ eventually commenced, and Lee was filled with anticipation, as she would have the opportunity to witness her beloved idols perform live. She glanced at the protagonist and inquired if she was prepared for their outing. With a touch of apprehension, Kong hesitantly consented. Lee enthusiastically initiated a visual metamorphosis on her companion and guided her towards the preparation process. She had Kong take a seat to commence her artistry, introducing a special visitor to handle the day's makeup application. Lee found amusement in emulating beauty influencers. Thus, she consistently adopted their mannerisms and playful banter. Grinning, she questioned Kang's readiness for a transformation, presenting an all-natural lotion formulated for delicate skin, a calming and radiance-enhancing, brightening tonic infused with snail secretion. Skincare would be her initial focus, gently caressing Kang's face and praising her flawless complexion. Despite the protagonist's lack of comprehension regarding the procedures, time elapsed as Lee meticulously worked on Kang's visage, hair, and every other element required for a comprehensive makeover. Shortly thereafter, upon catching her reflection in the mirror, she inhaled sharply in astonishment, finding herself practically unrecognizable. Lee's resulting smile indicated it was premature for astonishment. Now they could proceed to the genuine ultimate rendition. This entailed the procedure of attiring her. Meanwhile, at Hotel M, Kim Remarquet, it had been a considerable period since he chauffeured him to a specific private appointment, a reunion with his primary school companions. This promised to be enjoyable, as it had been an extended duration since Isiop had interacted with his comrades. Thus, after disembarking him, Kim extended well wishes for a pleasant gathering. Isiop expressed gratitude for the weekend's transportation. He proceeded on foot. Upon receiving instructions to reach the lounge bar, he subsequently navigated in search of the venue, eventually locating it. Concurrently, Kong was disoriented, completely unaware of the establishment's location, due to her lack of prior exposure to such venues. Resulting in her tardiness, the two traversed separate routes. Shortly thereafter, Kong encountered the offspring of the medical facility's administrator, Yu Jiang, whose smile was prompted by hearing of her cuteness, had envisioned her as petite, but she was in fact statuesque and stunning. The compliments brought a smile to the protagonist's face, expressing her gratitude and concurring that the restaurant's cuisine was delightful. However, a palpable nervousness consumed her. She was incredibly anxious, to the point where she couldn't discern whether the food was entering her mouth or her nose. Her fork barely made contact with the dish. Lee had stipulated a mere hour for the meeting, leaving only 10 minutes until the date's conclusion. Then, Zhang inquired about escorting her to the rooftop lounge bar atop a hotel. The lounge was renowned for its signature cocktail, the Seoul Night. Its name was said to be apt, boasting an exquisite flavor, while offering panoramic views of the city's illuminated skyline. A smile graced her lips as she covered her mouth, apologizing despite the allure of the proposition. She was scheduled for work the following day. Afterwards, she departed with an exhale of relief. The ordeal finally concluded. The cosmetics had been a source of discomfort, given her lack of habit in wearing them frequently. Moreover, the contact lenses were inducing dryness in her eyes. Consequently, she opted to remove and discard them in the refuse. Despite this, she recalled Lee's reservation at Hotel M, secured for her enjoyment, to relish the accommodations, and he had prepared everything for her to utilize. A complimentary cocktail was included with the overnight stay, non-refundable. Nevertheless, her upcoming workday continued to be a source of anxiety. It presented a significant predicament. En route to the hotel, Kong paused to appreciate the establishment's aesthetic. She acknowledged her intense workload in recent months, uncertain when another opportunity to indulge in such luxury would arise. She had also specifically attired herself for the occasion. At the minimum, she could savor this evening. Meanwhile, Kong Icop was enjoying drinks with his childhood companions, engaging in casual conversation on various subjects. As he savored a glass of wine, one friend inquired about his perpetually single status. The abruptness of the question caught Icop off guard, surprising him with its unexpected nature. A friend chuckled, remarking that such an opportunity for this discussion might not present itself again. They probed further, questioning if Icop intended to remain a bachelor indefinitely. He was momentarily speechless as the others chimed in, observing that he lacked a prospective spouse, perhaps a professor's daughter, for instance. However, Icop countered, inquiring about their sudden interest in his private affairs. Surely, there were more captivating topics than the life of a 30-something bachelor, completely devoid of romantic experience. This prompted a collective outburst of laughter directed at Icop. Raising their glasses, they offered a toast, expressing hopes for his eventual discovery of a partner. Despite Icop's mortification, he observed them uncorking a bottle of champagne for a celebratory toast. They appeared more enthusiastic than Icop himself about the prospect of him entering a relationship and marrying at his age, opted to take another swig of his beverage, until the sound of approaching footfalls in the corridor sent a familiar shiver down his spine. Glancing upwards, he spotted Kong strolling nearby, immediately riveting his attention. She proceeded directly past him. Icop instantly identified her as Kong, due to her distinctive gait. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of disbelief at encountering Kong in such an unexpected location. In a sudden impulse, he snatched his phone, contemplating sending her a text. He then composed a brief message. This prompted Kong to retrieve her phone and peruse the text. Icop was once again taken aback, confirming it was indeed her standing before him. A couple of days prior, he recalled lamenting to Kim about Kang's appalling phone charm, which showcased a ludicrous, onion-shaped character. She had to be the sole possessor of such a tasteless accessory. Kong subsequently replied to the messages, indicating she would visit his residence the following day. The moment Kong interacted with her phone, Icop saw an instant message pop up. Still reeling in astonishment, he struggled to process that Kong was a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Across the bar, his companions quickly observed him fixated on someone, gesturing towards the woman who resembled a supermodel. They playfully ribbed Icop, suggesting he was smitten. They chuckled, proclaiming it must be instantaneous infatuation. Icop abruptly silenced them, claiming the woman simply bore a resemblance to an acquaintance. In the meantime, Kong perused the menu after settling into her seat, recalling Zhang's remark about the bar's renowned cocktails. Enticed by the description, she opted to sample the beverage. Ordering the drink, she felt confident in her ability to tolerate the alcohol. Given her hotel stay, she could indulge in the evening's festivities. Savoring the cocktail, she absorbed the lounge's musical ambience, gazing at the night beyond the pane, as she sat unaccompanied at the table, offering a smile to her own reflection. Feeling rather pleased with herself that particular evening. Suddenly, Zhang's unexpected reappearance startled her. He chuckled nervously, explaining that he had gone to fetch a beverage and decided he wanted to see her once more. His flattery unnerved the protagonist, as she had already placed a drink order, and it seemed peculiar since she couldn't imbibe much more. Nevertheless, Jiang joined her at the table for conversation. Across the room, Icop observed this interaction, puzzled by the unfolding scene. The man's behavior didn't suggest a romantic relationship with Kong. Their interactions conveyed a different impression. In the meantime, Jung requested additional beverages. The Purple Rain, favored by women for its delightful aroma, and the Ander Sunset, featuring a foundation of rich, smooth whiskey. He presented them all to Kong for her enjoyment. The table became laden with spirits. Jung expressed a strong desire to purchase those beverages for her, disclosing that he had perused every article she had written. Her writings consistently mentioned her fondness for mixed drinks, typically requesting a minimum of 3 at drinking establishments, sending a shiver down the protagonist's spine as she completely blanked on Lee's fondness for alcohol. Her best bet was to chug the remaining drinks and make a swift exit. Unfortunately, Jung continued to chatter as she imbibed, much to her chagrin. He was practically buzzing with excitement, having burned the midnight oil just for this outing with Lee. Oblivious to the fact that Kong was struggling to handle the potent beverages, the high-octane cocktails were proving too much. Just then, Zhang received a ring from Hyun. Excusing himself, he stepped aside to inform Hyun of his current company. A chuckle escaped his lips as Hyun's concern for his sister became evident. Not only that, but he was already at the hotel and en route to their location. Despite Zhang's imminent plans to escort her home, the phone call filled Kong with unease. She realized the urgency of devising an escape plan before Hyun's arrival exposed the truth. Zhang rejoined the table, offering his apologies. He confessed the impoliteness of abandoning her to answer the call. Observing her unfinished drink, he proposed they savor it leisurely while conversing. Kong resolved that if this was indeed the final drink, she needed to down it promptly. Observing her consume so much alcohol amused Zhang. He remarked that her drinking prowess was truly impressive, as anticipated. However, she soon realized the alcohol was beginning to take its toll. Her vision blurred, and everything appeared to wobble. A wave of dizziness washed over her, disorienting Zhang. The female lead rose, announcing her intention to depart. But Zhang informed her that Hyun was en route. He suggested they await his arrival. She yearned to reach her room with utmost haste. The situation deteriorated because despite her desire to leave, Zhang persistently urged her to resume her seat. Witnessing the unfolding events, the main character approached them. He inquired, questioning Zhang's motive for preventing someone's departure in such a manner. Zhang broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered, insisting it was a misunderstanding, but ICOP had already misconstrued the situation. The voice resonated with Kong, striking a chord of familiarity. However, inebriated as she was, she couldn't place his face. The atmosphere felt oppressive, and she was feeling unwell. Siop claimed to have witnessed the entire scene from a nearby vantage point, observing Zhang's approach and subsequent interaction with her, despite her evident reluctance to engage, noting Zhang's insistence on her consuming alcohol. Consequently, ICOP inquired about Zhang's true motives. Zhang attempted to justify his actions, asserting that nothing untoward had occurred and even offering to reveal his identification. However, ICOP was taken aback by Kang's sudden stumble and subsequent collapse against his chest. This prompted her to gaze intently at his face. He awakened the following morning in bed, recalling only a fragmented memory of encountering Kong the previous evening. He proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up and rouse himself, pondering the events of the night. The unexpected proximity startled him and caused him to flush, compelling him to avert his gaze. He then removed his jacket and draped it over her, ensuring her modesty was preserved. Despite this, Kong remained disoriented. In retrieving her briefing papers, it appeared to ICOP that Kong wasn't thinking clearly. Kong offered an apology while abruptly searching for the document. This prompted ICOP to question how much alcohol Zhang had given her to consume the previous evening, and Zhang stuttered a denial, claiming he hadn't done a thing, clarifying that they were on a romantic outing with the prospect of matrimony. He presented his identification and assured her that he was neither a dubious nor an eccentric individual. This astonished ICOP as she was genuinely on a date. John rebuked ICOP for her impoliteness in interrupting in such a manner, to which ICOP retorted, questioning his authority to make such a statement. ICOP responded that he was a work associate of Kang's. She then crushed John's business card while glaring at him intensely. Kong stammered, attempting to elucidate the accidental dropping of the jacket, and ICOP stooped to retrieve it. He implored her with a sigh to regain her composure. Then he was, yet again, taken aback when Kong also leaned over to pick up the garment, revealing more skin than appropriate, causing his cheeks to flush deeper as he enveloped her in his coat, scolding her to compose herself. He pondered why she had imbibed so heavily, to the extent of being so reckless. She seemed completely oblivious to her current actions. Zhang inquired about Kang's identity, questioning which colleague ICOP referred to. Abruptly, Hyun materialized, declaring herself as Lee's closest companion and housemate. Young was taken aback by the unfolding events, and their dialogue prompted him to excuse himself, entrusting matters to Hyun. Meanwhile, ICOP contemplated the sudden appearance of this stranger, but Hyun approached the managing director, offering a respectful bow and an apology for the disturbance. He clarified his role as TK Corporation's appointed legal counsel, expressing his surprise at this unexpected encounter with ICOP. He hadn't anticipated running into ICOP under such circumstances. When Kong raised her gaze, recognition dawned slowly, stupefied as she questioned his presence there. A sudden realization struck her. She could face repercussions if discovered. However, she was oblivious to the fact that her actions had already been witnessed. The main character swiftly concealed herself behind IC, taking his hand in a manner that brought a blush to his cheeks once more. He pondered the unfolding events. He observed that Kong exhibited the same apprehension as their previous encounter. A smile graced Hyun's lips as he noted Kang's inebriated state. He declared his intention to assume responsibility for her well-being and escort her home. Yet, their exchange was abruptly interrupted by Op. Op asserted that she was under his employ, and he couldn't relinquish her to an unfamiliar individual. He directly inquired about the nature of their connection. In response, Hyun explained their enduring friendship since childhood. Therefore, there was no cause for alarm. He extended his arm to draw Kong nearer. He vowed to keep the incident confidential from Lee. He assured her that everything would be all right. He gently reminded Kong of her low alcohol tolerance, eliciting laughter as she responded. She'd had approximately 3 mixed drinks followed by a glass of bubbly. Her expression rendered Icy Ops utterly speechless. He'd never witnessed such a look or smile on her face before. Hyun reiterated his apologies to Icy Ops for the inconvenience. He added that a proper introduction could be made on a subsequent occasion. With that said, he retrieved the jacket from the protagonist to return it to Icy Ops. However, Icy Ops intervened and draped it back over her. This instance, he meticulously fastened the buttons, ensuring Kong was completely covered. As she observed, Icy Ops proposed they escort her back the following day. But Kong remained silent as Hyam rested his hand on her shoulder, expressing gratitude for looking after the protagonist. He drew her near to depart. This unexpectedly provoked Icy Ops. Kong, however, declined, stating her desire to remain and enjoy the evening. With a chuckle, Hyun acquiesced. He offered to accompany her to her accommodations. He volunteered to escort her to her quarters. This caught Icy Ops off guard, since he hadn't anticipated him escorting her to the hotel. Icy Ops seized Hyun's arm, demanding an explanation for why he was bringing an intoxicated woman to a hotel room. The situation was utterly baffling. After a brief pause, Hyun inquired whether Isop believed it would be more appropriate for him to take her himself instead. After all, they weren't romantically involved, so why was he acting so protective? The following morning, upon awakening, Sia pondered whether his encounter with Kong at the establishment had been a figment of his imagination or actuality. He rose to freshen up in the restroom, still contemplating the events that transpired after she and Hyun departed. Allegedly, Hyun's close companion had accompanied her to her hotel accommodations, and Isop distinctly recalled Hyun's smile as he spoke. Isop recognized his own hypocrisy. While getting dressed, Isop attempted to rationalize that the situation was none of his concern. Prepared for work, he encountered Kim in the vehicle. Kong offered a cheerful greeting with a smile, and he hesitated momentarily before responding. Observing her in this state led Isop to believe Kong must have had a pleasant evening. She wasn't even experiencing the after effects of alcohol. Furthermore, she didn't appear to have any difficulty making eye contact with him. However, Isop had no desire to gaze upon Kang's countenance or listen to her voice. It was vexing, yet he couldn't pinpoint the reason. The protagonist's presence perpetually irritated him. Upon their arrival at the workplace, Kong was inconspicuous until the midday meal. Kong materialized to announce the meal's readiness. Following a brief period of silence, he retorted that he lacked appetite and averted his gaze, requesting the cancellation of all afternoon appointments. He cited feeling unwell as the cause. Kong acquiesced and departed from the office, contemplating the need to return Isop's jacket. A feeling of unease washed over her. She felt as though she was on the verge of insanity. Recalling her actions from the previous evening, She flushed, pondering whether to feign amnesia or to confront the situation and offer an apology. It appeared her superior preferred not to have an audience with her that day. The situation was simultaneously concerning yet comprehensible. This amplified her feeling of humiliation. The strained silence created an uncomfortable tension between them. Shortly after, Isiop entered Kim's vehicle. He simply requested a brief drive. As he leaned his head against the side window, Kim announced his intention to head towards the river. He proposed that some fresh air circulating through the car might be beneficial. He suggested opening the window as they drove. This remark piqued Isiop's curiosity, prompting him to inquire if he appeared unwell. Kim replied, explaining that Isiop always called when something was troubling him. Therefore, Kim had contemplated a suitable location to facilitate his relaxation. Isaac paused, momentarily speechless. He reflected on the manager's perceptive nature. Kim then revealed that Kong had been the source of his suggestion. Kong had advised that a run alongside the Han River was an excellent remedy for anxieties when burdened with worries. Isiop was astonished to discover Kang's running habit. Kim verified Kang's enjoyment of exercise as a leisure activity, mentioning she regularly ran 10 kilometers each outing. Furthermore, she managed fitness routines despite a demanding schedule, leaving Isiop quite impressed. A brief pause passed before he noticed his own flushed cheeks. He abruptly told Kim to lower her voice while driving, claiming her excessive talking was distracting. This led to Kim issuing an apology later that night. Isiop unexpectedly participated in a family dinner, startling his younger sister, Sujin Tae. This prompted a remark from Isiop, observing that based on her words, he appeared to be the sole family member frequently absent. He inquired about Junsup's activities in Songbakshui. Junsup explained his engagement to Woo Yang, necessitating a meeting with President Tai for a discussion. Jean reacted with surprised congratulations on Junsup's betrothal, declaring the news delightful to Isiop. Their engagement had even graced magazine publications, which she deemed incredibly romantic. However, Isiop dismissed it all as trite and sentimental romantic drivel. His sister sighed, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. Isiop had toiled his entire life without ever having a romantic relationship. This fact distressed her, causing him to stiffen and shoot her a sharp look. He questioned whether she was deliberately trying to provoke him. She chuckled, responding that she was merely concerned for his well-being. He rose to go outside for a breath of fresh air. Before departing, however, he expressed his desire to speak with Junseep outside. The two proceeded to the garden, where Junseep cracked open a beer. He remarked on the warmth of the evening. Isiop was taken aback to witness him not just begin drinking, but practically consume the entire beer in a single swallow. The beer even overflowed, spilling down his neck. This display led Isiop to believe Junseep was acting foolishly. His throat must have been burning intensely afterward. Then, Junseep explained that Sujin had informed him that women considered such a drinking style attractive. Isiop found this claim unbelievable. Regardless, he addressed the matter directly. He stated that he needed to speak with Junseep regarding manager Kong. He requested that Junseep reinstate her on his team. Junsup promptly smiled and declined his proposal. This baffled Isiop, as Junsup hadn't even inquired about the reason. Junsup explained that they had already recruited a highly competent team, and Kong was an exceptionally proficient individual. Therefore, there was no justification for transferring her back to his department. Siop averted his gaze and stated that Junsup should be aware. Kong possessed skills that surpassed those of a mere administrative assistant. This remark brought a smile to Junsup's face, as it confirmed her suitability for the role. However, Junsup inquired if there was an underlying concern regarding Kong that Siop was withholding. Siop's response was silence. The following morning, Sujin stormed into her brother's quarters, yelling for his attention and excitedly displaying the news. Pictures of him and Kong implied a romantic involvement. She grinned and questioned the meaning behind the images. But Isiop was completely oblivious to the situation. Sujin informed him that he had been photographed with an unfamiliar woman. Despite his reputation for avoiding public attention, Isiop, typically reclusive, had unexpectedly appeared at a hotel lounge. The woman in question was not a public figure, further pestering her brother. With a wide smile, she inquired about the woman's identity, compelling him to take a seat. However, before he could utter a word, Sujin ventured a guess, suggesting it was Manager Kong. Causing Icy to flush crimson, she questioned how Sujin knew. Sujin erupted in laughter, admitting she had no idea. She had simply made a random conjecture and struck true. Yet, she expressed astonishment because she never envisioned witnessing her brother embracing a woman. He typically disliked physical contact. Therefore, the occurrence seemed utterly implausible. This led her to speculate about a potential workplace romance. Siop refuted the claim, asserting its falsity. Despite this, Sujin maintained her stance, reminding him of his need for romantic involvement. Consequently, she pressed him about any romantic interests. He needed to pursue a relationship, engage in courtship and all that it entailed. As her brother persisted in his denials, Sujin postulated that he was genuinely contemplating a prearranged union with her, a matrimony orchestrated by their families, which, according to their parents, would foster accord between the TK and Choi clans and solidify his position as the legitimate successor. Sujin inquired if that explained his prior abstinence from intimacy, prompting another outburst from Aziop. He vehemently denied any such intentions. Recoiling, he clarified his lack of interest in a predetermined marriage. However, he wasn't willing to court just anybody. Flushing crimson, Icyop stammered, professing his desire to romance someone he was instantly smitten with. His declaration caused his sister to erupt in even louder laughter, continuing to playfully rib Icyop. Sujin labeled him the most emotionally sensitive man alive, possessing a genuinely pure heart, she added. Despite his attempts at concealment, their playful bickering persisted until Sujin offered a conspiratorial wink, expressing hope for Icyop's romantic endeavors and acknowledging her monetary allowance. Following her departure, as was customary, Icyop was left in solitude, still flushing crimson with mortification from his sister's relentless teasing. Kong extended his apologies to Icy the following day. He expressed remorse for the disruption she had endured in his private affairs the previous evening. Her formal demeanor made Icy slightly uneasy, and he clumsily replied that there was no need for regret. He attributed the blame to himself for intruding upon her personal matters. However, the main character countered his statement, asserting that in her capacity as his secretary, she had neglected to avert a ludicrous, fabricated, and cowardly incident from transpiring. Therefore, she bore full responsibility. She was resolute in her commitment to exert every effort to guarantee that no further blemishes would stain his reputation as the executive director following the publication of that article. Consequently, she repeatedly bowed, visibly humiliated, despite Kang's reassurances that all was well. He then diverted the conversation, shifting the topic to the planned conferences with the building firm, and he prepared for departure as she went to ready the vehicle. The pair descended in the lift, and Icyop contemplated whether the preceding events truly justified such profuse expressions of remorse. Deep down, it appeared that for Kong, all of it was merely routine, simply one more task requiring her attention. She was fulfilling her secretarial duties. It prompted him to ponder his own anticipations. As they exited the elevator, they were abruptly confronted by a throng of paparazzi. Their cameras flashed incessantly. The unexpected onslaught caused Icyop to become paralyzed. His pulse accelerated with apprehension. Unease and distress overwhelmed him. Kong swiftly perceived his state and hastened to rouse him from his stupor. She gripped his shoulders as he faltered and shielded his face. Alarm consumed her as his complexion paled and he struggled for breath. He trembled violently amidst a surge of panic. The sensation induced nausea. This heightened her anxiety twofold. Of all occasions, this had to occur now. Just then, Kim arrived, accelerating towards them in the vehicle. She shouted urgently for them to board immediately. Complying swiftly, the group sped away from the edifice, with Kong persistently attempting to soothe Icy, inquiring about his well-being. He struggled to respire. Thus, she implored him to make an effort, although her words seemed to fade into the distance. Shortly thereafter, Icy succumbed to unconsciousness in her embrace, perspiring profusely from the anxiety attack. Icy's recollections drifted back to his childhood, when TK had been entrusted to him, and the entire globe focused its attention upon him. Consequently, throughout his existence, he had been plagued by the intrusive flashes of cameras dazzling his vision. Photographs were captured of him daily, devoid of any semblance of solitude or personal freedom. He was perpetually instructed to maintain decorum, to never lower his vigilance. He embodied TK, representing the Enterprise's prospects. Intense illumination had always evoked feelings of unease and apprehension within him, a condition that persisted since his childhood. The present situation proved to be no exception. While unconscious, a voice repeatedly echoed his name in his subconscious, until he abruptly awakened with a jolt. Gradually rising to a seated position in his bed, a sharp pain pierced his side. As the realization dawned upon him that he had lost consciousness and subsequently found himself in a hospital. Despite believing his condition had improved, it appeared he continued to grapple with his ailment. This served as a poignant reminder of the profound fear and concern Kong had exhibited. He observed her slumbering on a nearby sofa, deeply asleep after devoting her time to his care. This prompted him to contemplate whether Kong had remained by his side throughout the ordeal, even enduring such late hours, undoubtedly resulting in extreme fatigue. Shortly thereafter, Kong too stirred from her sleep, visibly startled upon discovering Isiop's awakened state. She assisted him in resuming a seated position, cautioning him against rising prematurely and emphasizing the necessity of rest. Although he asserted his well-being, Isiop urged her to depart for home, citing her probable exhaustion. However, the main character declined, asserting responsibility for neglecting his well-being. Therefore, she would remain regardless. He had been foregoing meals recently, and she intended to ensure his proper nourishment before departing. This caught Isiop off guard. Her actions resembled those towards a youngster, yet she disregarded this and proceeded to fetch him sustenance. Ong suspected the food might not be to his liking, but he was obligated to consume it entirely, causing him to wince. She guaranteed him that the day's events were handled with discretion, assuring him there was no cause for concern. Gradually, he expressed his gratitude. Then a rumbling stomach was audible, prompting a soft giggle from Isiop as she flushed with mortification. He requested she procure dinner immediately, for he would abstain from eating until she obtained something for herself as well. As they commenced their meal, Isiop remarked on her prior assumption of him being an automaton, but he now noticed her disheveled hair. The way she was partaking in a meal, it appeared she possessed a relatable human aspect, leading her to offer a rectification. Although ICRP swiftly clarified it wasn't meant as a critique, merely a casual remark. Gradually, he began to recount how his first experience with syncope occurred at the age of 20. His paternal figure had always been exceptionally stringent, and from his youth, the expectation to maintain an impeccable and self-possessed demeanor was relentlessly instilled in him. Journalists perpetually pursued him, relentlessly seeking any material for publication. Consequently, his father insisted on unwavering vigilance, and thus, Isiop endured perpetual apprehension, meticulously avoiding any action that could potentially blemish the corporation's reputation due to any utterance or conduct on his part. The press corps was in constant pursuit, lying in wait for the slightest misstep, assaulting him with the dazzling bursts of their photographic equipment. He briefly entertained the notion that he might eventually acclimate to the intense flashes. However, despite the passage of time, that event never transpired. During a family portrait session one afternoon, a bright flash erupted directly before his eyes, causing him to abruptly lose consciousness. He crumpled to the ground, unconscious, after recounting this narrative. He simply stood and offered Kong a smile, proposing that they take a short break. Isiop experienced a pang of awkwardness for his extended monologue and encouraged her to resume her meal. His words rendered her speechless. She contemplated that Isiop had endured far greater hardships than she could have ever fathomed. A short while later, she announced her return at 8 a.m., equipped with the necessary arrangements for the subsequent morning's video conference. This prompted Isiop to glance at his timepiece, remarking on the lateness of the hour. He added that it felt prematurely early for such preparations. On the following day, Kong clarified that the agenda had been postponed the previous day, making any rescheduling attempts challenging. The necessary paperwork was all ready. Thus, there was no cause for concern. But prior to her departure, he indicated that mere hours remained before the commencement of the meeting. Therefore, she might as well remain and rest there. Nevertheless, even he was perplexed by his own suggestion, leaving the protagonist bewildered, prompting him to swiftly retract his statement and urge her to leave. His face remained flushed as he observed her exit. Clutching his head, He pondered if he had sustained a head injury upon losing consciousness. The following morning, he awakened feeling fatigued. Despite having slept soundly, he barely stifled a yawn before hearing Canning's rapping at the door. She greeted him with a smile and escorted him to the scheduled meeting. Siap observed her, finding her composure remarkable considering Kang's likely exhaustion. She exhibited no signs of weariness, appearing as she invariably did. Meanwhile, Siap felt utterly different. He had uttered a plethora of superfluous remarks the previous day, despite his typical lack of emotional expression. Once Kang completed his tasks, she notified him of the postponement of the morning assemblies, liberating his schedule for the remainder of the day to facilitate his recuperation. However, this stammering expression was a gesture of gratitude, and shortly thereafter, Sujin paid him a visit. Having learned of his day off, she presented him with a floral arrangement, acting on their mother's behest, who had adamantly desired to see him due to his hospitalization. Discovering his mother's awareness of the situation caused Isiop to momentarily pause, and his sister affirmed this, clarifying that she had journeyed to Busan to procure therapeutic herbs. As they engaged in conversation, the protagonist smiled, observing the strong bond between Isiop and his family. When Sujin drew near to offer greetings, Kang responded with a formal salutation. Sujin then commented on a previous encounter during the employee contests, commending her for achieving victory. Nearby, Asiop folded his arms and instructed Sujin to depart immediately, that her mission was accomplished, but his sibling protested and drew him away, murmuring that she intended to assist him, or perhaps she would simply divulge a confidential matter, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Sujin once again approached Kang, beaming and proposing a coffee outing. Leaving Isiop solitary in the room, the pair strolled along the streets, holding coffees, and Sujin remarked on Kang's likely astonishment the prior day. The main character concurred, stating that witnessing his collapse was unexpected, but observing his improved condition today brought relief. However, Sujin pointed out that Isiop's fainting spells were not infrequent occurrences. She had rarely witnessed her brother in a relaxed state since their childhood. Their parents perpetually held high expectations for Isiop, desiring him to embody the ideal heir and exemplar. Their father possessed a driven personality, yet lacked the aptitude to realize his aspirations, resulting in a loss of favor with her grandfather. To reclaim his standing within TK, Soo-won began exploiting his eldest son, Isiop. Isiop consistently strived to fulfill expectations and garner acknowledgement. Upon Isiop reaching the age of 20, Jun Kang, now recognized as Jun Siop Ta, emerged. Sujin speculated that Kang was likely familiar with Jun Siop's history. Kang recalled the story generating significant media attention at the time. Soo-in Tae's youngest daughter, Siobita, had become romantically involved with a volleyball athlete, eloped to the United States, and vanished. She remained unheard of for 2 decades, until the revelation of her son's existence. Following her demise, after the aunt, who had concealed them in America, succumbed to leukemia, Jun Siop was left without any recourse. Consequently, Sivan took him in as his grandson. This is how he acquired his present name and, for Isiop, who perceived himself as the sole heir, it was a sudden and unexpected menace. This emergent rival spurred him to dedicate 2 decades to honing his skills, determined to never be surpassed by Jumpsop. Until recently, a misstep by their father resulted in the transfer of half the company's ownership to Jumpsop's faction. To Isiop, this must have felt like a complete upheaval of his reality. This epiphany led the protagonist to understand. She had always hastily judged Isiop, pigeonholing him as nothing more than a pampered and entitled individual. At that juncture, Sujin declared that her brother hadn't been afforded a moment's respite before being thrust into work and subjected to tremendous pressure. Therefore, she expressed relief at Kang's presence by Isiop's side and gazed at her with anticipation, as if yearning to address her informally. The protagonist concurred, deeming it a profoundly poignant narrative. It evoked memories of her own siblings, her twin brothers. Then, Sujin embraced Kang, lamenting her brother's foolish nature, who was incapable of unwinding and persisted in working even while hospitalized. Through tears, she inquired about methods to encourage Isi to de-stress, to unwind and loosen up a little, causing the protagonist to pause, possessing a soft spot for feminine weeping, resolute in her desire to remedy the issue. Kang pledged her assistance, prompting a celebratory reaction from Sujin, aware that her objective was accomplished. As they departed the hospital, everyone ensconced within the vehicle, Kim boldly proclaimed his expertise in travel arrangements, assuring them they could entrust everything to him. Seop expressed confusion regarding their sudden excursion to Kangwon, despite Sujin's contented grin in response. The protagonist emphasized the restorative benefits of adequate rest, along with its enhancement of both efficiency and ingenuity, which would positively impact his work, hence her desire to facilitate his relaxation, leading IC to waver momentarily before acquiescing, averting his gaze while murmuring that a mere couple of days' slumber would suffice, and that the excursion was a bit excessive. Nevertheless, Kang grinned because despite his grumbling, he appeared genuinely enthusiastic from her perspective. This evoked a pang of sympathy for Isiop within her, believing he must have exerted himself excessively to find himself in this predicament. Consequently, she resolved to ensure that he, along with herself, relished this journey together. Driver Kim had navigated numerous phases throughout his life, progressing from grade school to middle school and then high school, heading the entertainment committee. He had served as a delegate at Zhangdian University within the automotive engineering faculty, the leader of an independently established automotive society, among other accomplishments. The main character acknowledged his diligence and all his achievements throughout his years, leading her to select him as the chauffeur for this expedition. He had even secured superb lodging, motivating Kang to express gratitude for arranging the travel plan for the group. Aesop was perplexed by the distance they were traversing, and Sujin chuckled, commenting that a smaller crowd would be preferable. With eager anticipation for the upcoming events, they journeyed towards the Jayum-sak retreat nestled within the Jayu-Aramban mountain range. Specifically, they were bound for the Healing Haven of Tranquility, a near 5-star establishment. It was widely regarded as one of the most superb lodgings in the vicinity. The location boasted breathtaking vistas of a natural landscape. One testimonial even lauded it as an exemplary family getaway, perfect for unwinding and de-stressing. The reviewer expressed gratitude for the comprehensive amenities provided. Prior to their arrival, they secured a reservation for the most acclaimed suite. Even Kim found himself impressed, as the lodgings were a precise reflection of their online depictions. He showcased the ladies' quarters and the corresponding men's room, emphasizing their ample proportions. The stunning natural panorama served as an added perk. Slightly startled, Sorp inquired if all 4 of them were truly expected to share the same sleeping space. Kim confirmed, affirming that the room was indeed sufficiently spacious to accommodate the quartet. They proceeded to unpack their belongings after their journey. Sharing a room struck Isiop as unusual, given his discomfort with the proximity of another person while sleeping. He doubted he'd get a wink of sleep in such close quarters. Meanwhile, in the girls' quarters, Sujin expressed surprise at the sparsity of Kang's luggage. Kang clarified that she had packed lightly, bringing only the essentials. Just enough for comfort, she emphasized. Even Sujin deduced that Kang was likely unfamiliar with taking holidays. Hence, making this trip feel like a true vacation was imperative. Moments later, Kim inquired about the girls' readiness, receiving an affirmative response. Poised for exploration, they prepared to embark on an adventure. Descending the staircase from their room, Isiot observed that Kang had donned a fresh ensemble for the excursion. A blush crept onto his face as he questioned his sister about their attire. Her jovial reply reminded him they were on holiday, after all. She added in a hushed tone, commenting on Kang's stunning physique. Isiop's anxiety intensified as Kim guided Kang towards the parked vehicle. Sujin proposed dividing into smaller groups. Given their time constraints, she suggested a shopping trip with driver Kim, allowing Kang and Isiop to embark on their own exploration, seeking out local entertainment. With farewell gestures and shared laughter, the groups parted ways, leaving the pair alone in the vicinity of the hotel. Kang stated her intention to return after a reconnaissance of the surroundings, and Isiop proposed joining her. To accomplish this, they traversed a wooded area, during which Kang inquired whether she had previously expressed her fondness for the path. Isiop responded in the negative, admitting his lack of familiarity with such locales. The protagonist recounted that in her youth, a similar mountain existed near her residence, serving as a cherished recreational spot for her and her companions. They would frequently venture into the mountainous terrain, observing the flora, capturing insects, and frolicking beneath the summer sky. The aroma of the forest evoked these recollections, and Iceup concurred that it sounded like a pleasant reminiscence. At that moment, the protagonist gestured towards a tree laden with mature, wild raspberries, renowned for their distinctive fruit shape. Kong stepped forward to consume them, causing a flicker of concern in Icy. He inquired if it was truly advisable to ingest something like that. So abruptly, she promptly alleviated his worries, declaring them to be sweet and delectable. With a smile, she proffered one for him to sample as well. He parted his lips and received the berries she offered, masticating gradually before voicing a complaint. The raspberry, contrary to expectations, proved to be tart and acidic. Kong then discerned that some of the berries hadn't fully ripened. The pair continued their journey for a while, appreciating the surrounding vista together. They reveled in the flowing stream, the vibrant blossoms, and the encompassing natural splendor. When Kong presented her with a flower, she reflected that she had never witnessed Icy appearing so tranquil and at ease. This sight filled her with joy, as he appeared genuinely delighted to be there. It brought a sense of ease to them both. Moments later, they settled on the grassy expanse. Kong initiated a conversation, bringing up a prior remark made by the managing director. The notion of unwinding and embracing life's pleasures was raised, and she felt it was an opportune time for them to unwind. Kang's happiness stemmed from his acceptance of the excursion, causing Icy to flush and avert her gaze, confessing to never having experienced such a destination before. Yet, he was presently relishing the moment until the onset of rainfall. They rose and sought cover from the downpour. Iceup proposed a retreat. Thus, the pair commenced a flight from the precipitation. However, the terrain was slick. He cautioned Kong to tread carefully as they proceeded, observing her navigate a rocky obstacle. He seized her hand just as she lost her footing. His swift response astonished her. Simultaneously, Iceup requested her hand, and Kong expressed her gratitude. Concurring with his proposition, Iceup felt on the verge of lunacy. Despite the absence of summer's heat, he pondered the reason for the torrential downpour. They ceased their sprint near a transit hub. Seated on a bench, their figures were thoroughly saturated. He briefly observed Kong before squeezing the water from his coat, which was sopping wet, and draping it across her shoulders. He informed her of the assistant manager's imminent arrival, advising Kong to utilize the jacket for warmth in the interim. However, upon closer inspection of Iceup, Kong countered that he appeared to require it more urgently. This prompted her inquiry into his well-being. Observing his drenched state, she extended a hand towards him. This caused Iceup to flush crimson, stuttering as he recoiled, claiming to be perfectly fine, merely experiencing warmth from exertion. Nevertheless, the protagonist discerned the intense redness of his face. She requested permission to examine his forehead. Upon placing her hand upon it, she suspected a fever. She worried that a cold would present a significant issue. But Iceup withdrew once more. He attempted to dismiss her worries. Yet he sensed something amiss. The feeling intensified to the point of nausea. Just then, Kermansagen pulled up in the vehicle. He was astonished to find the pair soaked by the downpour. He urged them to enter. Once inside, they remarked on the suddenness of the precipitation. It had not been predicted in the meteorological forecast. Their astonishment was therefore completely understandable. While en route, an unexpected jolt caused Kong and Iceup's knees to inadvertently brush. Iceup flushed crimson, averting his gaze towards the window. However, Kong remained oblivious, engrossed in her dialogue with Kim and Sujin. As they proceeded along the roadway, at the edifice, the quartet convened to make preparations for their evening meal. Iceup observed Kong surreptitiously. They collaboratively prepared a barbecue to savor their leisure time. But Iceup found himself captivated by Kang's smile throughout the entire encounter. As night descended, he sought solitude outdoors. He gazed upon the withered remains of the blossom he had preserved from the woodland. Unexpectedly, Kang's voice called out to him. Startled, he swiftly concealed the floral remnant within his pocket. Observing her approach, he remarked that she seemed to have been searching for him. She inquired as to the reason for his solitary presence there. Iceup replied that he simply desired a breath of fresh air. The pair settled down together. Kong divulged that she had genuinely cherished the day's events. Perhaps the realization had eluded her due to her relentless work schedule. But now, amidst their shared enjoyment, she experienced a sense of progress and liberation. She felt unburdened by the past, Following a brief interlude of silence, Siep concurred, admitting to having lived with fervor and intensity. He now felt as though he was impeding her advancement as well. A smile graced her lips as she refuted his assertion. She clarified that from a young age, her intelligence had propelled her to excel in all endeavors, which explained her consistent academic achievements. Even with post-graduation employment demands due to her economic circumstances, her financial hardships, she remained optimistic about her prospects. In reply, Isul offered a supportive smile, concurring with Kang's assessment of her commendable performance. Kang proceeded to affirm her potential as a valuable assistant, pledging her unwavering support until his ascension to TK Group's pinnacle. She vowed to remain by his side, diligently assisting him in every conceivable manner, guaranteeing exceptional outcomes. Kang's resolute declaration brought a subtle flush to Isul's cheeks. She shyly acquiesced once more, softly urging him to rely on her. Moments later, a ringing phone interrupted their conversation, and Kang identified it as Isul's. Excusing herself, she stepped away to answer the incoming call. Isul granted her permission, allowing her to take the call in private. Recognizing Hyun as the caller, she informed him of her current work engagement. She described her participation in a company workshop with colleagues. Upon their return to the office, it was undeniable that ICYOP wore a faint smirk, concealed beneath his typically frigid facade. Pointed remarks were delivered in a soft tone, betraying an innate haughtiness that even his polished demeanor and stiff bearing couldn't mask. These were the unmistakable hallmarks of someone accustomed to lifelong authority. This was the heir apparent of the TK conglomerate. As she trailed behind ICYOP, Kang proceeded to brief him on his itinerary. She announced a scheduled dinner engagement with Kim Hung-hoo, the chief executive of Company N, slated for 5 p.m. Following the dinner, a spa appointment was reserved for 8 p.m. He assented to each item she presented. Kang sensed that ICYOP was behaving like an entirely different individual ever since their return from the retreat. His demeanor was now tenfold icier than the ICYOP of the past, prompting her to question if her previous observations were merely figments of her imagination. Deep down, she suspected ICYOP had always possessed this disposition, yet he was exhibiting a greater aloofness now for reasons unknown. The pair shared moments together, even within the confines of the vehicle. Occasionally, ICOP would steal glances at Kang when her attention was elsewhere. He'd swiftly avert his gaze as she began speaking, prepared to review his agenda. He concurred, seemingly surprised. She nearly detected him observing her. The main character indicated he had a company report due at the central office at 10 a.m., followed by a midday meal with Lee Jong-woo, the chief executive of Corporation E at noon. Thus, she continued, reinforcing ICOP's perception that, as usual, she was diligently engaged in her work. This brought to mind her prior statement during the phone call, claiming her trip was solely for business purposes. It led him to conclude that if she was so devoted to her work, he would permit her to continue indefinitely without interference. Eventually, ICOP approached Kang's workstation and presented her with a stack of papers, requesting her to arrange everything in preparation for the following day's conference. She consented immediately. However, upon completion, he remarked on its poor readability, requesting she revise and resubmit it. Nevertheless, he subsequently demanded a return to the original version, claiming it superior to her modifications. Once again, Kang acquiesced to his demands without protest. Despite the overwhelming workload he'd assigned her the prior week, her demeanor and tone remained consistent. Ijiat recognized her unwavering nature, unchanged since their last encounter. Yet this constancy exasperated him. One particular evening, Kang announced dinner's readiness with a knock on his office door. Tonight's offering, mushroom risotto from restaurant FNA, accompanied by wheatgrass juice, deemed a more practical alternative to his customary salad. This made Ijiat cognizant of it being his preferred dish. When dining out, it was impeccable, as anticipated. Despite this, he sampled it before dismissing her culinary effort. He suggested that if she found it appealing, she was welcome to consume it. He also mentioned he avoided beverages like wheatgrass extract. Though initially disheartened, she offered a polite smile and explained that as a contingency, she had other cuisine prepared for him. On this occasion, it was abalone congee specifically procured from Hotel L, and she expressed her hope he enjoyed his repast. Despite feeling practically enraged due to its delectable flavor, it was evident that Aesop's annoyance stemmed from the dish's deliciousness. Moments later, he briefly visited Kang's workspace. She inquired if he was departing, as his vehicle was already awaiting his arrival. Subsequently, Aesop, no change needed single word, was astonished to discover she had completely consumed the prior meal. When questioned, she replied that he had instructed her to do so. Although he attempted to clarify his statement wasn't meant to be taken literally, Kang inquired if he desired to partake again and offered to request additional servings. This prompted a vehement vocal refusal from him, claiming he had already consumed the oatmeal. With a frigid sigh, Aesop inquired if she intentionally performed these actions for ostentation. However, she gracefully refuted the accusation, asserting that her dining there was solely for efficiency, as she had a substantial workload to complete that day. Aesop, once again, questioned if she genuinely felt comfortable consuming that. This prompted a momentary pause before her reply. She stated she had cleansed the utensil, therefore eliminating any cause for concern, leaving Aesop feeling utterly bewildered. He seized her beverage and consumed it entirely, causing her to stutter. She stammered that she had already commenced drinking from the glass, but he remained utterly indifferent, wiping his mouth after finishing, declaring it had initially belonged to him. If she desired a drink, she could simply request another, rendering Kang speechless. He then gestured towards her monitor, remarking on her excellent arrangement of the presentation visuals. He lauded her efforts. Upon exiting the room and finding himself alone, he erupted in laughter, his cheeks still flushed. He recalled Kang's visible tension when he'd whispered in her ear. He wondered if she had experienced a similar sensation. He had observed Kang blushing at the time, and the sight was captivating. This brought a continuous smile to his face. Work proceeded as usual until one particular day. Aesop couldn't help but feel apprehensive when Kang summoned him. They proceeded to the conference room, where she offered apologies to the attendees, inquiring if their wait had been excessive. Seated around the table was MP's legal counsel, Min Ji-hoo, who greeted the executive director with a warm smile. He presented himself as the legal representative for the FA litigation pertaining to the Baikiang Resort dispute, beside Min Set-hyun, an accompanying attorney. Aesop instantly recognized and greeted him. It was troubling since this unfortunate individual was employed at TK. This is an issue, Aesop mused while shaking Min's hand. Discussions regarding the TK Group's amalgamation, a resort acquisition endeavor that had been steadily advancing, was now proceeding at full throttle. A dedicated team had been assembled within the hospitality division by FAA. However, Aesop pondered why, among all potential candidates, Hyun was dispatched. Observing him caused Aesop noticeable unease. Ironically, he had initially selected the firm himself. As work progressed with the passage of time, Kang perceived their workload as substantial. Following that short, delightful respite from her demanding secretarial duties to aiding the FT unit, she had become utterly engrossed in her responsibilities, scarcely registering the hours slipping by. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, Aesop had been behaving towards her with uncharacteristic curtness lately. Contemplating this, she deemed his actions rather immature, yet it remained within the realm of her endurance. In the meantime, Aesop was attending to his own obligations, his mind still preoccupied with his exchanges with Kang. He observed she appeared rather fatigued recently. This led him to ponder if he'd been overly demanding of her. However, he dismissed the thought, reminding himself of his position as her superior. Delegating responsibilities to subordinates was simply part and parcel of the job. Perhaps he was merely overanalyzing the situation once more. Upon arriving at Kang's workspace, he questioned her whereabouts, unable to locate her in the vicinity. Nearing her desk, he spotted a considerable accumulation of items. It appeared she hadn't even been finding time for proper sustenance. This prompted an internal grievance. If Kang was struggling, she could have simply communicated her difficulties. Right from the start, Aesop resolved to visit the employee area. His sudden presence caused a momentary alarm. He quickly allayed their fears, assuring them there was no cause for concern. He clarified he was merely passing by. The employees remarked that his attentiveness was elevating the team's spirits. Lately, they've been receiving numerous communications via Secretary Kang. They noted the secretary's remarkable proficiency. She seemed omniscient, Surely, her personal life must also demand a significant amount of time. Nevertheless, her ability to manage tasks with such expedience was astonishing. ICOP concurred, mirroring their sentiments. Her secretarial performance was consistently exemplary. Thus, he inquired about her current location. They responded that she was likely in the company of the FT unit. This prompted him to swiftly pivot and proceed in that direction. Without delay, he pondered the reason for her presence there at that particular moment. He made his way to the designated room. Within, Kang was engaged with a computer. She conversed with Hyun and Min at her side. This sight provoked irritation in Izop from afar. He observed, questioning the development of their apparent closeness. He couldn't suppress an internal exclamation of frustration. He abruptly opened the door, startling everyone present. Kang reacted with surprise, inquiring about the cause of his sudden appearance. With a smile, Isiop remarked on her apparent busyness, and she anxiously responded that she was concluding the document delivery. Hyun interjected, conveying his appreciation, mentioning he had previously requested the files at the workplace, and Kang had submitted a flawless account. Even the inspectors were astonished upon reviewing, and their invaluable support was solely attributable to her. However, C proceeded, asserting that while she was undeniably proficient, she was likely currently overwhelmed to manage such tasks. He inquired if she had assembled the construction agreement status report for the international venture, and inquired about the advancements of the Saudi Arabian expansion initiative. Kang answered that the information was systematized, and the corresponding division was compiling the expansion progress reports. Everything would be finalized by 3 p.m. This prompted Izzy to challenge her understanding of priorities, to which she vowed to rectify the situation. Iziop subsequently confronted Hyun, reminding him that he was responsible for organizing the information, as it was the very purpose of his employment. He also inquired whether the chief executive's administrative assistant in TK's commerce division was a personal acquaintance, or something to that effect. Pausing momentarily, Hyun expressed remorse, explaining that his oversight had created complications with the project. ICUP concurred that this was indeed the situation. As ICUP was departing, he questioned whether Kang intended to join him. She confirmed that she would. The pair exited, with ICUP bidding everyone a productive remainder of their workday. His smile, however, continued to induce anxiety in everyone. He further directed them to refrain from interacting with his personal assistant. As he shut the door, his gaze still lingered upon them. It was at that moment that Kang's recollections of her youth began to re-emerge. Memories of Shi Li and Qian's constant companionship flooded back. Even Hyun recalled instances of them consuming berries in the woods, or how she had transformed from the girl she once was into the woman she had become. Back then, she had inquired about his upcoming military conscription, and Hyun informed her the return would be within the first week of the next month. Kang felt disheartened, expressing her doubts about enduring school without his presence. He chuckled, assuring her there was no cause for concern. He vowed to be back soon, and advised her to simply exercise a little more patience. This prompted a returning smile from Kang, who affirmed she would await his return. Back in the present, the main character felt drained because the lunch break had concluded so abruptly. The excursion seemed to have yielded results, as ICRP had been diligently working nonstop ever since. Consequently, she had been overwhelmed with work, to the point of barely distinguishing between day and night. However, this was preferable to ICRP neglecting his duties, as he had done prior to their developing a closer relationship. Just then, a pang of hunger struck her, leading her to seek a quick snack. Upon stepping into the convenience store, she was taken aback to find that a majority of the Office K staff were unable to enjoy a proper lunch, and every single lunchbox was completely gone. Kang required sustenance to continue, but there was nothing available to replenish her depleted energy. Before resuming her work, that's when she strolled down the grocery aisles and stooped to retrieve a packet of instant ramen. That abruptly seemed like the ideal solution. IC-Op materialized beside her, inquiring why she was squatting, and the protagonist became aware of his presence. He retrieved the instant noodles from her grasp, and despite her assurances that it was unnecessary, he insisted on purchasing the meal for her. The pair exited the shop, and IC-Op extended an invitation for her to join him in consuming the food, so they proceeded to a nearby park. They settled onto a bench where IC-Op uncapped a beverage for himself, and the protagonist discreetly observed him peripherally. While imbibing, ICOP perceived Kang's intense gaze fixed upon him, which caused him to flush slightly under her scrutiny. This evoked a memory of a comment Jumseop had once uttered, that women were supposedly charmed by men who imbibed in such a theatrical manner. This observation brought a faint smile to his lips. He pondered if he'd inadvertently exhibited a similar allure. He then remarked that he had previously witnessed someone drink in that fashion, and found it rather irritating. Yet, upon attempting it himself, he deemed it surprisingly invigorating. The female protagonist proceeded to unpack the sustenance she had procured, and inquired if he experienced any digestive discomfort. He haltingly replied in the negative. Slightly perturbed by her impassive response, he observed that she had acquired a box of the very same energy bars she had favored since their bygone days of training. She expressed astonishment that he, ICOP, retained that detail, and proffered one to him as a gesture of goodwill. He accepted, averting his gaze as he did so. His mind drifted back to their days of instruction. The lead character once presented her preferred candy bar to fellow trainees. She boasted its unparalleled value proposition, considering its affordability. A substantial 400 grams, coupled with the generous quantity and delectable flavor of its nuts. Its superiority was undeniable. ICOP vividly remembered her passionate endorsement. It appeared she remained fundamentally unchanged. From then until now, little had altered. As before, the chocolate retained its exquisite sweetness, and the caramel adhered stubbornly to ICOP's palate. Both then and presently, ICOP seemed captivated by Kong, his gaze fixated upon her, irrespective of her actions. On another occasion, the main character was en route to the lift when Hyun intercepted her. He chuckled, remarking on his delayed completion of work, contrasting it with Kang's early departure. She concurred, mentioning the near completion of her daily assignments, eliciting a smile from Hyun. Observing her recent diligence and long hours, Hyun gently placed a hand on her shoulder, noting the considerable weight of her bag. Kong clarified that it contained her laptop. As they stepped into the elevator, Hyun suggested they grab a bite to eat, mentioning his familiarity with excellent nearby dining establishments. She concurred enthusiastically, finding the idea appealing. He admitted his desire to dine with her had existed since his initial workday, but she consistently appeared preoccupied. This prompted a chuckle from the protagonist, followed by an apology. Their conversation flowed as they ascended in the elevator. They proceeded to a restaurant for dinner. Kong visibly shuddered at the exquisite flavor of the meal. Hyun's laughter accompanied his advice to savor the meal without haste. He encouraged her to relish the dining experience. A sense of euphoria washed over the protagonist. She gratefully accepted his offered glass of water. He urged her against neglecting meals due to a busy schedule. Her fatigue was evident. He emphasized the importance of nourishing herself adequately. During their time there, the pair shared a considerable meal together, engaging in conversation and exchanging smiles. A little later that evening, Hyun navigated the streets post-dinner, with Kong audibly sighing. Due to the prospect of returning to work the following day, she expressed her discontent, yet she was reluctant to head home, leaving Hyun apprehensive and prompting him to inquire about her specific meaning. Kong clarified that upon arriving home, her routine consisted of showering and sleeping, only to awaken to the arrival of morning and the obligation of resuming work. This elicited another chuckle from Hyun, who remarked on her apparent dedication to her profession. Despite this, she maintained a vibrant social life, causing the protagonist to release a sigh, as he perceived her as somewhat childish. Although she held the position of an assistant at work, he conceded that her assessment was accurate. It appeared she had matured considerably since their earlier interactions and demonstrated exceptional competence in her role. Her performance was so impressive that her superiors consistently lauded her. Kong expressed remorse for the previous incident. She hadn't anticipated the executive director's outburst. Upon leaving his office, she presumed he was generally like that. However, she never envisioned him treating Hyun in such a manner. This prompted a nervous chuckle from him. Hesitantly, Kong suggested there might have been another reason. Moments before, he had inquired about the nature of her relationship with Hyun. She then disclosed that they were merely childhood companions. She instantly regretted divulging that information. ICOP had visibly become agitated. She realized he must have misconstrued the circumstances. He likely assumed Hyun was assisting her, due to their long-standing connection. She comprehended ICOP's perspective. However, it didn't warrant such an extreme reaction, particularly since ICOP had also displayed curiosity. regarding any potential romantic involvement between her and Hyun. During their previous encounter at the hotel, moments earlier, Hyun had separated Icy and Kong, steering the latter towards the elevator, maintaining a grip on her shoulder. As her intoxication prevented her from standing steady, he escorted her to her accommodations. He remarked on her inebriated condition, while Kong expressed delight at the luxurious room. She frolicked with childish glee, relishing a sense of holiday. Hyun briefly glanced at the bed, and at that instant, Kong attempted to remove her outerwear. Struggling with the buttons, she requested assistance, causing Hyun visible discomfort. He sighed, acknowledging her severe drunkenness. As he aided her, the memory of Icy surfaced, prompting him to inquire about Kang's excessive alcohol consumption. Knowing her low alcohol tolerance, he reprimanded her, emphasizing the dangers of such vulnerability. Dismissing his concerns, she abruptly moved away. Hyun slumped onto the bed, a wave of frustration washing over her. He released a sigh, burying his face in his hands. He mumbled about the immense danger of leaving her unattended in such a manner, especially now, when the main character inquired if anything untoward occurred at the hotel. The night she had too much to drink, he assured her that nothing transpired. This brought her a sense of ease, and Hyun let out a nervous giggle. She concurred, remarking on the executive director's eccentric nature. A laugh escaped her lips. It was undeniably true. The following day, Icy Op proved to be exceptionally particular about his meals. As Kong voiced his grievances about Icy Op's demands, Hyun remained quiet as he navigated the car. However, internally, he harbored a growing irritation towards Icy Op's bothersome behavior. He even deemed it excessive. Meanwhile, time marched on for the protagonist, who resumed her work routine. During a phone conversation around 7 p.m., she estimated her arrival home within half an hour. Without any overtime that particular day, and eager to enjoy dinner, she contemplated picking up some takeout on her journey home. She inquired if anyone desired Chinese cuisine, given the abundance of quality eateries in the vicinity. Then, she spotted Iziop standing behind her, his gaze intense. The protagonist stammered, remarking that she assumed he'd already departed for home. This prompted a smile from him. He clarified that he was working late at the office that evening. To her surprise, he admitted he should have informed her beforehand, his reason being the need to oversee the comprehensive services pertaining to the energy department, in conjunction with the plant operations within the construction industry. He elaborated on his demanding schedule, burdened with numerous tasks requiring his attention. He then shifted his gaze to the phone in Kang's hand, offering a subtle smile as Kong issued an apology over the phone. She conveyed her regrets for being unable to attend dinner that evening. With a hint of sarcasm, Iziop muttered under his breath, seemingly annoyed that she couldn't dine with Haeyeon. This left her visibly displeased. He chuckled, suggesting that if she had prior engagements, she should proceed if she had acquired all the necessary information. She ought to just relinquish it. She stammered, claiming she hadn't completed it, and ICIOP insisted, promising to provide him with whatever she had managed to finish, because a director could always redo things on their own time. It was a clear concern, and Kong offered a smile, stating she couldn't permit that and needed to remain an assistant. Siap fretted over Kong subsisting solely on candy bars, and rather than heading home after work, he had devised an intricate scheme, utilizing his full mental capacity for this crucial instance. After awaiting the conclusion of Kang's overtime, he would fabricate a pretext to return to the office. The subsequent action involved procuring some delectable cuisine, and then abruptly, he would receive a telephone call and depart immediately after Kong finished dining. It was a flawless strategy intended to foster a stronger connection with Kong. For subjecting her to such a situation, though, he had now woefully floundered in his endeavor, and he questioned why she felt compelled to arrange another dinner with that man, saying as the up lay on the table, "This line seems to have a typo and doesn't make sense," leaving it as per instructions, but it should probably be revised for clarity, muttering under his breath about coming to assist her, yet inadvertently increasing her workload significantly. Ironically, he too found himself toiling away late into the night, leading him to believe Kong would be utterly livid. Trying to be a tad more hopeful, he reasoned that perhaps a peace offering of delicious food would suffice. He contemplated buying Bakong. Her nourishment was his priority. With that decided, he exited his office to propose dinner. However, her weary and melancholic expression, masked by a forced smile, filled him with apprehension. He hesitated momentarily before speaking, explaining that mentioning his name at Restaurant F would guarantee her a complimentary meal. As a precaution, he penned a note and presented it to her. To ensure clarity, he provided her with a written confirmation. Her response was that she would definitely remember to utilize it for her next food order. He attempted to initiate a conversation regarding the risotto, but a sudden call from Carl Norton demanded his immediate attention, causing beads of perspiration to form on his brow. He pondered suggesting she order a double portion, fearing a certain rejection of a shared meal. He envisioned Kong placing a meticulously detailed order, requesting the risotto rice be spread evenly, the meat portion diminished, and the Parmesan cheese augmented. In his salad, perhaps she'd request mozzarella and cherry tomatoes drizzled with balsamic vinegar, garnished with basil pesto and a white wine vinaigrette. Hesitantly, he initiated a conversation about the risotto, attempting to summon the bravery to request additional food, supplementary to the standard dinner. Unexpectedly, Kong simply concluded the call with a smile, stating her intention to dine out and return shortly, implying she would procure his meal during her return trip. ICUP was left in stunned silence. Later, Kong reappeared to deliver his meal, which ICUP received without acknowledging her presence. He then requested clarification regarding a discrepancy in the document on his monitor, explaining that the dates appeared inconsistent. As she drew near, ICUP rose and offered her his chair, suggesting she sit momentarily, believing a review of the information was necessary. Kong complied with the request and started inputting data into the computer. ICUP then inquired about her meal, observing that she appeared even more famished than earlier. He wondered if she had consumed yet another chocolate bar, prompting Kong to avert her eyes. She remained silent, her expression serious. He then reached for the dinner plates, offering her the entree while selecting the salad for himself. He suggested they commence their meal. She stammered, protesting that it was his dish and she was content. However, ICUP countered that he lacked appetite and would simply have the greens. This prompted her to rise, proposing that she could place an additional order. ICUP, exasperated, tousled his hair. Blushing, he implored her to consume at least a small portion. Kong briefly hesitated before resuming her seat. The aroma of ICUP's cologne was overwhelming, leaving her feeling short of breath. But ICUP merely commented that it was superior to fried chicken, adding that his taste was rather discerning. She, however, declared it delectable. The risotto was utterly flavorless. When her shift finally concluded, she boarded the bus homeward. En route, she leaned her head against the window pane and shut her eyes, attempting to sleep. The clatter of cutlery on dishes lingered in her ears. The sounds of mastication persisted. She recalled Op's cologne, its aroma distinct, his offhand remarks, yet his facial expression in that specific instant eluded her memory. The intensity of his gaze left her questioning her own well-being, wondering if she was unwell to have reacted so strongly in his presence. Moments later, she reached her residence and entered discreetly, announcing her return to Lee. To her surprise, she was met by both Lee and Hyun. They remarked on her tardiness, bringing a smile to Kang's face as she deduced they had a visitor. He came towards her, gently touching her cheek, grinning as he declared he'd been anticipating her arrival. The trio settled down for a conversation, but Kang felt utterly drained, lamenting about the ache in her shoulders. Hyun inquired about her tardiness, since she had previously stated she was no longer working extra hours, prompting Kang to grouse that this was a recurring occurrence. The head of department behaved this way daily, perpetually assigning trivial duties to occupy her time. It was utterly immature in her perspective, leading Lee to commiserate with her dear friend's challenging situation. Lee remarked that it felt like an eternity since their last encounter, to which Kang responded, attributing it to Lee's nightly drinking escapades. Lee embraced Kang, lamenting her pallid complexion, inquiring if she had been nourishing herself adequately, proposing some crispy fried chicken. Lee pledged to offer her the drumstick, but Kang countered that she was satiated having already dined. This astonished Lee, prompting a question about her statement, and Kang stammered, averting her gaze, as she clarified that the department head had provided her dinner. This elicited a shriek of surprise from Lee, especially when she inquired whether Kang had truly dined with ICUP, just the two of them alone. And Kang took a sip of her beverage, averting her gaze. Lee deemed it even more questionable, sensing something was amiss, though even Kang couldn't fully comprehend the situation. Internally, she perceived a distinct ambience forming within the workplace, implying that the extra hours were merely a pretext for spending additional time in her company. A dubious Kong questioned if Lee was overindulging in melodramatic television shows to concoct such notions, completely unconvinced of its authenticity. Moreover, it was evident that IC Ops still harbored resentment towards her. She asserted. She glanced away, recalling his previous declaration that he had despised her since their initial encounter at the training facility, persistently and gratuitously intimidating her ever since. Perhaps he experienced a pang of remorse that day, Kong deduced, causing both Lee and Hyun to lapse into silence. Then, Lee inquired about Kang's personal reflections. Her sudden, icy demeanor made Kong pause, prompting him to reminisce about their shared experiences. Kong, recalling his own smiles, hesitated, causing Lee to become enthusiastic. She exclaimed that the stoic Kong was quite attractive and undeniably her preferred type. With a sigh, Lee confessed her desire to romantically be involved with someone resembling a member of the popular boy band, Yoo Jae-sun Yondon, believing it would make her work more fulfilling. Yet, still apprehensive and disturbed, Kong refuted the possibility, asserting it was unrealistic. He argued that the gentleman Lee envisioned was merely a playful pup, akin to a disobedient Shiba Inu, never heeding commands. He conceded a certain charm, noting the puppy's tendency to growl in Lee's presence. The image remained somewhat endearing. Caring for such a canine for over 10 hours daily seemed more draining than enjoyable. Lee readily concurred with this sentiment. It would be challenging, nevertheless. Kong believed she could tolerate it temporarily, and was ultimately reassigned to a different division. However, her self-respect prevented her from simply surrendering and departing in such a manner. Therefore, she declared that they should wait and witness how ICOP would eventually acknowledge her worth. Later, Hyun bid farewell, assuring Kong that he would see her at the office the following day. She suggested, however, that they could stroll together. She was experiencing some digestive discomfort and needed to purchase medication. Consequently, the two departed from the residence together. A month had elapsed since his arrival back in Korea. Yet, even Kong hadn't perceived it due to the rapid passage of time. Hyun concurred, stating it felt as if it were just yesterday, when they attended school together. Kong remarked that it was pleasant to promenade together and reminisce about the times they shared recess. They used to amble home together and even collaborate on assignments. In those days, he possessed a wealth of knowledge to impart to her. But now, it appeared that much had transformed since that era. She still vividly recalled the bygone days of studying together, when everyone remarked on the academic performance of the highest-ranking scholars at the university during that particular year. They remarked on her young age, just 17. Gaining admission on her initial try was quite remarkable. She'd applied to a less prestigious institution, lacking a medical program altogether. This sparked envy among some of her peers. It was Hyun who initiated contact back then. The two began walking side by side. Since she voiced her concerns about making friends in college, Hyun's presence brought her comfort. His company eased her worries. He inquired about the difficulty of her coursework. Kong concurred, stating that thus far, she alone tackled the complexities of calculus and linear algebra. Everyone else struggled significantly with these subjects. Consequently, she dedicated her free time to studying statistical mathematics. She independently practiced analytical regression whenever possible. This pursuit proved surprisingly enjoyable for her. She had realized that statistics uncovered hidden order within seemingly random information, leading to the discovery of mathematical principles, held a particular allure for her. It intrigued Kong that ambiguities could be encompassed within a logical structure. For instance, she hadn't completely grasped several complex analyses, but she believed Hyun would educate her on the many concepts she still found unfamiliar. This elicited a chuckle from him. Despite having assisted her during their high school years, she now possessed a significantly sharper intellect than he did. This revelation astonished Kong, who refuted the claim, asserting that ICUP had always been omniscient and actively participated in extracurricular pursuits. He belonged to a club and boasted numerous companions. His impressive demeanor led her to extend an invitation, yearning to emulate him. Observing this interaction brought a smile to Hyun's face as he affectionately stroked her hair, marveling at her endearing nature. Their conversation continued in this manner. Nevertheless, this burgeoning intimacy sparked friction with certain individuals, notably the woman he was currently involved with. One day, he opted to depart, presuming Kong hadn't yet dined, which annoyed the woman accompanying him, since they were spending time together. Hyun maintained that despite her being just one individual, he felt obligated to assist the youngster who had arrived in Seoul unaccompanied. This further aggravated her, as she retorted, Kang wasn't a grade schooler requiring excessive attention. This wasn't an isolated incident either. On a previous occasion, he even abandoned a film they were viewing midway to be with Kang. Chun infuriated her. His response prompted him to accuse her of behaving immaturely, even as he justified it by explaining Kang's lack of same-age companions. His partner lamented that Hyun was making her feel inadequate once more. Despite their romantic involvement, she felt he was the peculiar one. She perceived herself as perpetually secondary in his priorities. Regardless of her efforts to comprehend, it proved insurmountable. She felt like an unwelcome intruder in their dynamic. Witnessing this filled her with rage. However, Hyun initially remained impassive. He then exhaled deeply, inquiring about his partner's true meaning. Kang, in his eyes, was akin to a younger sibling. His girlfriend nearly chuckled at the remark. She questioned the phrase, little sister, deeming it an odd descriptor for a girl unrelated by blood. The disagreement dragged on considerably. Ultimately, a stinging slap propelled Hyun out the door. Standing on the pavement, he ignited a cigarette, pondering the recurrence of such incidents. He contemplated his sanity, questioning the logic of perceiving a child as a competitor. The rift emerged unexpectedly. Despite this, he later met with Kang and Lee. They greeted him with smiles, expressing congratulations on his military separation. Hyun straightened his cap, noting the time elapsed since his last encounter with Kang. The floral tribute they presented felt excessive, causing him unease. He deemed it an overstated gesture for a discharge commemoration. Flustered, Kang refuted his assumption, clarifying that the flowers were for her own coming-of-age celebration shared with Lee. She divulged a romantic declaration received earlier that day. This revelation caught Hyun completely by surprise. Lee playfully urged Kang to quickly divulge what had transpired. Kang proceeded to recount a story about a freshman in her program, a young man named Sung Min, narrating the incident in detail. However, Hyun listened with an unsettling premonition. Throughout their shared experiences, the internal conflict within him had only intensified. Witnessing Kang alongside other men and her growing detachment from him evoked a disquieting sensation within him. He felt himself fracturing further, unable to halt the process. One day, Hyun approached his sister, inquiring about the situation and Kang's whereabouts. His sister informed him that Kang was in her room. Apparently, she had recently ended a relationship and was feeling despondent. Concerned, Hyun entered Kang's room to check on her well-being. He discovered her lying on her bed, lamenting that her former boyfriend had criticized her for being uninteresting and robotic. He also expressed his resentment towards her, claiming their relationship felt superficial. With a sigh, Hyun took a seat beside her, attentively listening as she explained that she had fulfilled all her commitments, and that they had consistently planned dates around her demanding schedule. Ultimately, she remained clueless about the reason for their separation. Despite her earnest attempts and considerable investment in their relationship, Hyun commented that she must have been distraught and quivering. Kang inquired if she was genuinely that uninteresting, if she even possessed the expected allure of a young woman. Her sole desire was to be an ordinary girl, but to Hyun, it seemed as though she lacked a true understanding of love. From their earliest years, he had always been in advance of her, patiently awaiting Kang's development. He had imparted all his knowledge to her, which prompted him to contemplate if further intimacy between them was unattainable. At that moment, Hyun abruptly rolled Kang onto her back, oblivious to his own actions. It caused him to stutter and recoil, reassuring her to disregard her former boyfriend's remarks, asserting their falsehood while concealing his face with his hand. Hyun pondered his own fleeting thoughts, crimson-faced the moment the rift started. The situation deteriorated with alarming rapidity, swiftly enough to fracture their connection. That's the reason he chose to flee, journeying afar and abandoning everything, as though the past had never transpired. At his core, Hyun yearned to be a virtuous individual capable of providing for Kang, forever at her side, akin to kindred spirits. He now offered a smile as he observed her, pondering when she had matured so significantly, prompting her to complain that she was being treated childishly once more. Nevertheless, he contemplated why he perpetually desired something beyond that, and struggled to reconcile his own emotions. The clock ticked on, and Kong had obtained a communication the preceding evening from Lee Sun-lei, the spouse of the TK, VP, and ICOP's maternal figure. She had learned that Kong would be collecting him from the ancestral residence. Thus, she requested Kang's arrival a half hour in advance. Currently, her palms were damp with anxiety as she nervously gulped and activated the imposing gate's intercom at the familial estate. As the entrance swung open, Kong contemplated the individual she was about to encounter, dismissing any favorable attributes and concentrating solely on essential characteristics. Undoubtedly, Sun Ra was a demanding perfectionist, the embodiment of a daughter-in-law whom even the most discerning presidents, like Shiwan, would find fault with, someone who never erred. This applied not just within the family circle, but extended to her staff as well, as she possessed zero tolerance for any shortcomings or missteps. A domestic servant guided Kong to Sun Ra's presence. Sun Ra turned, greeted her, and presented herself formally. Sun Ra held a particular fondness for ICOP, a fact Kong was cognizant of during her visit. They settled into a conversation. Sun Ra remarked on her familiarity with Kang's reputation, acknowledging Kang's coerced placement into the secretarial role. Kang's resulting stutter prompted her to attempt stating it was an honor, although Sun Ra countered that she'd heard ICOP could be quite exacting, implying Kong was enduring a challenging period. However, Kong refuted this assertion, remarking that her work was both enjoyable and fulfilling. An internal thought crossed her mind. That Sun Ice beauty in person surpassed even her photographs. The managing director bore a striking resemblance to his mother. Sun I chuckled, recalling that following the previous year's incident, ICOP had become disillusioned with his work. This had caused her concern, but upon Kang's arrival, ICOP seemed to have reverted to his former self. This had brought her considerable relief. Smiling, she expressed her gratitude to Kong. Overhearing this, Kong beamed and replied that she would increase her efforts even further. Meanwhile, Sun I offered her a second helping. The pair engaged in a lengthy and candid conversation. Kong reflected on Sun I's genuinely compassionate nature. Sun I confessed, albeit with slight embarrassment, that she had been unable to remedy ICOP's finicky eating habits. Left to his own devices, he would feign eating and consequently go hungry. Kong remarked on how distressing this must have been for Sun I. The mother chuckled, admitting it was a tad humiliating. Despite ICOP's striking beauty as a child, he was even more endearing. This prompted her to contemplate that she ought to have been more stringent in his upbringing. But whenever ICOP sulked, her resolve melted, and she would simply indulge his culinary desires. O'Kane conveyed her understanding with a nod. She deemed it rather self-evident, even without clarification, that possessing a delicate constitution and lacking proper nourishment. Sun AA explained that her son had experienced numerous ailments from a young age, and it appeared little had improved, despite her best efforts to remain unperturbed. The mere fact that she summoned someone as occupied as Kong for a discussion underscored her lingering anxieties. Kong evoked a memory in her of ICOP's initial day of kindergarten and her subsequent encounter with the educator. In reality, Sun AI harbored an ulterior motive for her desired meeting with Kong that particular day. An underlying reason fueled her inquiries. Concurrently, Sujin hastened to her brother's quarters, abruptly opening the door, informing him of Kang's presence downstairs. Her swift arrival caught him off guard. He attempted to feign indifference, averting his gaze and claiming apathy, eliciting laughter from his sibling. He was left feeling a sense of mortification. Sujin inquired about her brother's elaborate attire and insinuated a romantic rendezvous. He hesitated momentarily before countering with a scheduled meeting. However, his explanation proved insufficient to appease Sujin, who persisted in playfully tormenting her brother. She probed, inquiring if Kong was the subject of the meeting. Her relentless needling continued. She pressed him for details regarding any advancements in their relationship. In response, ICOP urged her to cease her suggestive insinuations. He quips that prolonged proximity between a man and a woman can potentially cultivate romantic sentiments. Exasperated, IC abruptly commands her silence, generating palpable tension. He vehemently denies any romantic interest and proclaims his dislike for Kong. Their collaboration was solely mandated by professional obligations, and the mere closeness of a man and a woman doesn't automatically signify a romantic relationship. Sujin's playful banter had crossed a line. Their bond was purely platonic, not a subject for jest. This unexpected outburst astonished Sujin, prompting her to inquire about his agitation and coldness. He reproaches her for consistently making such remarks, asserting his empathy for someone seemingly indifferent. His sibling maintains that her intentions were purely humorous, but Icy counters that her words were disrespectful towards Kong. Naturally, she would be disconcerted if she discovered her superior mocking her behind her back. Concurrently, Suni informs the protagonist that she harmed her son, who lost consciousness once more as reporters suddenly converged en masse. This prompts Kong to express his remorse, asserting full responsibility for the incident. He states he should have exercised greater vigilance and implemented appropriate measures in advance. However, Suni consoles him, emphasizing it was inevitable he wouldn't be aware, as her spouse, Vice President Ta Seo-woo, actively concealed the situation. He consistently maintained that the prospective leader of the TK Corporation should not exhibit such vulnerabilities. This caused Suni to lament her inaction in preventing her husband's actions. 3.5 decades prior, news circulated that South Korea was engrossed in a romantic narrative, reminiscent of a cinematic plot, involving the second-born daughter of the TK conglomerate, Ta Seo-hee, and a relatively unknown volleyball athlete, Kang Yi-bok. Furthermore, her concentration was also directed towards the trajectory of CS Plan and Li Dongzhang, since the strategic union between the TK Corporation and the CS conglomerate represented the merging of two powerhouses that controlled Korean media and the financial landscape. Apprehension was mounting among both domestic and global shareholders. There were also anxieties regarding the forthcoming trajectory of both corporations' enterprises. Despite instructions to dismiss that woman from his thoughts, due to Ty's perceived recklessness and irresponsibility, having deserted him for an insignificant man and violating the pact forged between their families, Seon retorted that he couldn't comprehend that woman's significance to him. Discussions of a marriage between Seo-woo and Soo-and-I as an alternative were preposterous, particularly given Soo-and-I's recent college graduation. There was no alternative. It was imperative. Despite harboring aspirations of obtaining her diploma, upon completing her studies in journalism and media, and poised to commence postgraduate work, all of Soo-and-I's efforts were squandered and discarded. Given the circumstances, no action was possible. Soo-and-I was simply instructed to persevere. As within a man's societal interactions, a woman should cater to his needs, and this was the intended marital framework from its inception. Harmony would prevail as long as she exerted her utmost effort. These were the pronouncements she absorbed, compelling Soo-and-I to contemplate Iseob's welfare. Embracing the role of husband began to burden him, with pronouncements of a golden opportunity, a chance to reclaim what Taj So had unjustly seized, possessing an inherent noble lineage and striking visage. Society would be captivated by Taj So's offspring. He resolved to exploit his own child for this ambition. Consequently, Iseop's formative years were tumultuous, inundated with a torrent of pronouncements and intrusive camera flashes. These experiences progressively molded his character. His mother wept while embracing him, offering solace and encouragement, assuring him of triumph due to their shared inherent qualities. Isip concurred, reciprocating the embrace. Now, Soo-and-I could only weep silently, while Kong exhibited a flicker of concern, leading her to offer an apology. She explained that she became engrossed in recollections of the past. Dammering quickly reassured Kong, absolving him of any blame. And although it might not be apparent, Iseop possessed a reserved nature, rarely displaying his feelings openly. Frequently, matters would go unnoticed by him, and under duress, he neglected his well-being, disregarding it to the point of collapse. Therefore, a beaming Sonoe desired to make a proposition to the protagonist, regardless of how awkward it might feel. Moments latte. Shunoi, observed Sujin and Iseop descending the staircase, making their way from his bedroom to the downstairs area. The protagonist performed a respectful bow upon seeing them, courteously acknowledging the executive director as he drew near. Iseop reciprocated with equal politeness. The pair approached them, with Sonoe inquiring about her son's rest. Iseop offered a nod and inclined his head to greet his mother in return. She advised him to have breakfast without delay, to which Iseop replied that there was no cause for concern, due to a lack of appetite. Shortly after, she observed her son appearing to shed weight. The director counters with the suggestion that perhaps he consumed a satisfying meal the previous evening. This leads her to state her understanding of his haste, but she implores him to consume something before departing, particularly because she prepared his beloved cam soup. He expresses remorse, vowing to eat on his next occasion. This prompts the protagonist to reflect on her own longing for her parents. She could only observe their quiet exchange until Aesop's gaze met hers. His smile vanished as he walked past her, declaring it was time for their departure. Moments later, Kim inquired if the protagonist was all right, believing her to be more effective in persuading Sign. She replies that all is well and that this task was necessary. Kim then presents her with a container. He commends her exceptional abilities. Fundamentally, the situation revolved around Madame Sunner's awkward petition, which simply entailed presenting unusual objects to Aesop. The protagonist offers a smile and clarifies that it's an invigorating elixir for physical enhancement and enhances vitality during seasonal changes. It was a curative concoction incorporating a clandestine family tradition handed down across multiple generations, a proprietary formula developed by Gemma Yim's nephew, the immediate pupil of a celebrated Korean physician, and it boasted a distinctive composition. Dispensed at a time-honored Korean healing establishment with a heritage spanning 170 years. The botanicals were meticulously simmered for 72 hours to unlock their complete therapeutic potential, known as Seishin Sub. And Aesop contends it was merely an herbal remedy, and she embellished the entire narrative. He inquires why she acquired it, and what was amiss with the peculiar, onion-shaped vessel. The protagonist clarifies the reason. The natural elixir was unpalatable, was due to its unappetizing hue and pungent aroma. Nevertheless, a cup was charming, and sipping with a straw masked the smell, giving the impression he hadn't consumed any medication. It didn't appear to be a deception. This delighted Aesop immensely, precisely as Kong had anticipated, and he genuinely succumbed to panic. This prompted her to question Sun's motives for subjecting him to this ordeal. However, she had to find a way to satisfy the conditions. The letter, presented by the protagonist's affluent mother, served as a powerful incentive. Consequently, the protagonist offered a hesitant smile as she explained, assured her that this holistic concoction was formulated using a unique method. It lacked any sourness or discernible aroma. She leaned in towards Aesop, causing him to flush, as she divulged that she, too, possessed a hidden strategy. Her younger siblings had also always detested ingesting medication. Therefore, she incorporated a secret component, a concoction she devised to enhance its palatability, specifically a spoonful of raw sugar. He averted his gaze and muttered an accusation of dishonesty. Overwhelmed by Kang's proximity, she implored him to at least sample the remedy, even implying it had a pleasant aroma, causing him to pause before requesting it. This delighted her, as it appeared she had successfully enticed him to consume it. She yearned for Aesop to drink it entirely. However, he merely drew near to inhale the concoction's scent, startling her when he recoiled, pinching his nose due to its far-from pleasant odor. Nervously, the protagonist stammered her understanding, acknowledging his dislike of the smell. Yet, she confessed to finding it quite agreeable. This prompted Aesop to abruptly slam his hands upon the table and rise, demanding confirmation that she genuinely enjoyed the aroma. Her concern grew as an irate Aesop leaned closer, inquiring if she believed him foolish enough to be toyed with. Referencing a miniature cup, this caused her to nervously stutter that it was musky, blushing as she compared it to the cologne worn by the executive director, explaining her fondness for it. Observing her shy reaction of lowering her head, the protagonist pondered the exact implications of her statement, immediately regretting her foolish words. She glances up at Icy when he softly chuckles, warning her playfully not to trifle with him, yet accepting the drink from her hand and consuming it. This leaves Kong perplexed by his ambiguous response. She hastily unwraps the candy when Icy complains about its tartness. She offers it to him in her outstretched palm, and Icy leans forward, taking the candy directly from her hand. The feeling of his lips brushing against her fingers intensifies Kang's blush, causing her to quickly retract her hand to her chest, her heart pounding in her chest. Observing this, the director bursts into laughter, resuming his seat with a teasing grin. Aesop suggests that if Kong desires a remedy as well, she should opt for the natural method, prompting Kong to avert her gaze, still blushing and giggling. Aesop retorts that she initiated the playful banter, leading Kong to stammer a denial, eliciting another chuckle from him as he calls her adorable. His unexpected compliment startles them both, with Icy Up uttering the words accidentally. The unexpected comment left them both in a state of awkward tension. Slowly, Kong inquired about the precise meaning of his statement, causing Icy Up to stammer, at a loss for words. Then, abruptly, he exclaimed about the cuteness of the cup. His face flushed crimson as he erupted in forced laughter, quickly changing the topic. The protagonist shielded her face with her hands, prompting Icy Up to question her reaction. He insisted it was preposterous for him to call her cute in such a manner. However, Kong was overjoyed, harboring a fondness for Kong Doka as well. She was ecstatic, having never encountered another individual who shared her appreciation. Despite his lack of comprehension, Icy Up concurred, oblivious to the situation. The protagonist sensed she had nearly revealed too much of her feelings. Moments later, he was taken aback when Kong presented him with a gift featuring the same character. Surprisingly, he found himself unperturbed. Throughout his decade-long career, the astute protagonist, Icy Up, concealed his agenda behind an inscrutable grin. He would swiftly steer negotiations by adeptly leveraging the vulnerabilities of his counterparts in conferences and dialogues. Now, he employed the same tactic, acknowledging Manager Kim's exceptional performance record, yet questioning the rationale behind the modest objective, pointing out that their enterprise wasn't a local corner shop. Therefore, he inquired about the present standing of N, specifically requesting a percentage-based assessment, creating palpable tension amongst the attendees. It was evident that Icy Up was a natural in the corporate arena, possessing the innate capacity to influence individuals to his advantage and exert subtle intimidation effortlessly. Ironically, this imposing figure was utilizing the pen gifted by Ong, openly and unashamedly before everyone. He insisted on clear communication regarding the modifications to ensure the receipt of a comprehensive report, thus bringing the meeting to a close, remarking that unpleasant remedies weren't palatable, yet they were potent against ailments. The crucial point was to ingest the unflavored medication and regain health. He could subsequently purchase sweets to eliminate the lingering aftertaste. At least that was his ultimate deduction. Following the events that unfolded, the men pondered how Icy Up had perceived everything in that instant, observing his exceptionally acute intuition and discerning vision. They speculated that he might be developing an affinity for their companionship. However, this appeared unlikely, as his demeanor remained consistently unchanged. As everyone departed, Kong offered a parting bow, briefly surveying the scene. Later, when the protagonist entered Icy Up's workspace to inform him it was time for his medication, he reacted with a childish protest, akin to a reluctant youngster, despite a smile gracing her face. The protagonist reiterated the effectiveness of the bitter remedy and drew closer to him, prompting Iclop to recoil with a wince. The truth was that Iclop, who perpetually concealed himself behind a veil, revealing only the facade he wished others to perceive. His childish and demanding behavior towards Kong consistently unsettled her, even when it necessitated her going the extra mile to cater to his whims. As the main character navigated through different departments of the firm, the staff invariably engaged in discussions about Icy Up, a topic that dominated their conversations since their initial encounter. She habitually focused her conversations solely on it. Icy Up was a figure rarely encountered in person by individuals of their standing, leading them to rely solely on hearsay and conjecture. They had mistakenly assumed he served as the company's spokesmodel. Upon their first glimpse of him, they deemed the privilege of beholding such an aesthetically pleasing countenance daily as the most invaluable perk of their employment. The young woman chuckled, for not only was Icy Up attractive, but the firm had recently acquired other alluring legal professionals as well. As time elapsed, Kong continued her customary accompaniment of Icy Up, monitoring him throughout his workday. Nevertheless, he persisted in playfully provoking the protagonist intermittently, inducing occasional flushes in her cheeks. These childish displays from Icy Up only served to further bewilder her. Anytime he pestered her or flashed her that particular grin, it evoked a sense of uniqueness during her routine jog. The lead character perceived a faint summons and strained her eyes to discern the approaching figure in the distance. Recognition dawned as she spotted Oisiak himself, sprinting towards her with a wide beam. His eyes gleamed as that familiar sensation resurfaced. When Oisiak drew near, halting his run, catching his breath, she softly remarked that he'd been hailing her for quite some time. Kong offered her apologies, explaining that her earbuds, playing music throughout her exercise, had muffled his calls. She had been immersed in her tunes during her run, He dismissed it, expressing his contentment at their chance encounter. They proceeded to stroll side by side along the walkway. Ikop observed the proximity of her residence, deducing that she resided quite close to him. He inwardly panicked, taking in Kang's casual weekend attire. The protagonist concurred that the workplace was nearby, and the commute was effortless. Isiop inquired why, throughout this entire period, he had never laid eyes on her. He had made jogging a near-daily ritual lately. To this query, Kang elucidated that she had been navigating a challenging period recently and had temporarily suspended her exercise routine. This revelation induced a slight unease within him. However, she proceeded to inquire about the frequency of his runs there. Isiop affirmed that he had recently commenced jogging as a leisure activity. Nothing surpassed a run along the Han River whenever he required mental clarity. This declaration astonished the protagonist. She brushed her fingers through her hair, remarking on the peculiarity of the situation, because the Han River was her invariable running destination whenever she experienced similar emotions. To ICIOP, it appeared to be a fortuitous occurrence, although inwardly, he expressed gratitude to Kim for facilitating a deeper rapport with her. He then inquired about her thoughts during that particular run. She hesitated, her gaze fixed upon him. Shifting the conversation, she inquires about his opinion on the marketing strategy she previously proposed. Before he can formulate a response, she continues, pointing out the lack of feedback received on her submission. She expresses a slight apprehension, causing Isiop to become quiet. He reflects that, to Kang, he represents solely the executive director, and encountering her superior during her time off must have been unpleasant. He halts their stroll, announcing his departure, offering her well wishes for the weekend and a promise to see her at the office. Their professional association began a decade prior upon her joining the company. Currently, their roles are executive director and secretary, respectively. This prompts Isiop to contemplate the potential trajectory of their connection. Were his current status different? Had they been merely co-workers? He muses on the multitude of shared experiences they might have enjoyed, unburdened by external concerns. He ponders what it would be like if Kang's superior, or rather, if Kang wasn't his secretary. These thoughts occasionally intrude upon his mind. On a separate occasion, a collection of employees were dining together, and one of them shares that he's going to marry his high school girlfriend in March of next year. The women remark on how incredibly sweet that is. As usual, they observe all the good guys are already taken. This prompts someone to playfully suggest arranging a blind date for Hyun, making him slightly uneasy. This catches the ladies by surprise, since they were under the impression Hyun was already seeing someone. They even assumed he and Kang were an item. Both immediately refute this, yet the girls maintain their suspicion, explaining that they'd heard the two had known each other forever and had witnessed them departing work together multiple times, appearing quite intimate, which amuses the main character, as people occasionally mistake them for a couple. Undeterred, they press on, inquiring why they aren't actually a couple. This question throws her completely off balance. They continue to assert that they'd be ideal together, citing their stable careers, pleasant personalities, and attractive appearances. After all, they reason, both are of marrying age, and perhaps their destined partner is already by their side, eliciting laughter from Khan as she refutes it, claiming they're as close as kin. He lived long enough to understand that matrimony is more fulfilling, with a companion who brings comfort. Only naive women pursue men relentlessly. Women find joy when treated like royalty by their partners. Therefore, he believes Kang should exhibit intelligence and empathy. After a moment of contemplation, Hyun asserts that the manager is making Kang uneasy. These remarks are creating an uncomfortable atmosphere for everyone. However, the manager contends that Hyun must find the protagonist appealing, suggesting Kang acts aloof due to her attire. But upon closer inspection, she possesses an attractive visage. This prompts a nervous chuckle from Hyun, who declares that such conduct constitutes workplace harassment, and he should refrain from such utterances, as they are susceptible to misinterpretation. The manager laughs it off, dismissing it as mere jest. The girls join in the laughter, fantasizing about having a boyfriend like Hyun. They would have instantly agreed to marry him, and aspired to encounter someone similar in the future. As they depart, the protagonist remarks that they must be getting on in years to be contemplating matrimony without even entertaining the notion of courtship. Hyun responds that his mother has also been pressuring him to participate in arranged meetings recently. This piques the protagonist's interest, sensing an underlying reason. There's no sense in imposing such unions, she believes. That's why Kang advocates for romantic involvement prior to commitment. Her schedule was too demanding for relationships, and she loathed the thought of shouldering the responsibility of another person's well-being. Just then, murmurs arose around them concerning director IC, who was approaching and presently noticed protagonist Kang. Like the other staff members, they react with deference as Director Up draws near, prompting him to briefly acknowledge her presence as he passes. He then resumes his dialogue with his companions. Moments later, the employees compose themselves once more, their attention diverted. Hyun observes her and gently touches her shoulder, suggesting their departure as well. She anxiously concurs from a distance. Isiop glances back and observes Hyun's proximity to her, uncomfortably close. Moreover, she's beaming at him. Hyun, noticing Isiop's stare, simply offers a smile before averting his gaze. Arriving home, Isiop is enraged, seething at Hyun's self-satisfied demeanor. He questions why Hyun is hogging Kang's attention, constantly clowning around her, eliciting a reaction that irks him. Hyun's behavior transcends that of a mere friendly senior. A distinct emotion is evident in his eyes. Can such a person be trusted? Is Kang oblivious to her own naivete around him? Isiop contemplates the possibility of a secret relationship. He pauses, lost in thought. The earlier encounter at the hotel, where they shared time together, fuels his suspicions. It forces him to entertain every conceivable scenario. Back in his office, he hears Kang's return and her inquiry about his meal. As the afternoon conference was imminent, Isiop remains taciturn as she elucidates that. The post-meridian agenda entails a deliberation on the strategies for attaining the quarterly advancements. Furthermore, it encompasses a dialogue with each division chief, and subsequently, they will proceed to the Su-1 affiliate. Lastly, she notes that contingent upon Isiop's endorsement of the concluding audit assessment, the day's itinerary will be concluded. However, rather than acknowledging her, he declares his indifference towards their romantic involvement, but asserts that she should discern the importance of maintaining a demarcation between her private and professional spheres. Within the workplace, Kang exhibits bewilderment regarding his pronouncements as she observes him rise. Due to her apparent unawareness, he vacillates and emits a profound sigh. He inquires about the public perception. If an administrative assistant closely associated with the managing director is romantically entangled with a transient legal representative within the corporation, Kang retorts that it's a misinterpretation and that her relationship with Hyun is purely platonic. But Isiop struggles to accept her explanation. He fixes her with a strained, insincere grin, dripping with sarcasm as he mentions their shared hotel stay, asserting that nobody could possibly misinterpret the situation. A thick, uncomfortable silence hangs heavy in the air. Isiop is suddenly struck by the gravity of his false accusation. He rakes his fingers through his hair, attempting to backpedal, but the protagonist offers a subtle smile, concurring that she will exercise more caution in the future. Kang returns home and immediately seeks out Lee, who greets her enthusiastically, drink already in hand ready. To commemorate a momentous occasion, Lee's excitement stems from securing an exclusive interview with Patrick Poivre, the CEO of GV. The protagonist extends her congratulations on this remarkable accomplishment. Lee requests discretion, emphasizing that the news remains classified and Poivre's arrival in Korea is slated for next month. The protagonist inquires if GV is currently the most prominent entity within the fashion world, and Lee concurs that it was justified to endure a 15-hour flight to France for it. Her schedule was so packed that she couldn't even properly sightsee during her visit. Nevertheless, she managed to acquire a present for the protagonist, which caught her off guard because the wrapping suggested it was a remarkably pricey object. Items like that weren't typically part of her wardrobe, but Lee remarks that she envisioned it would complement her, suggesting it as a versatile accessory for a casually chic look. She then assists in fastening it around Kang's neck, guiding her toward a mirror. The reflection reveals a strikingly beautiful image. The protagonist expresses her gratitude, declaring her intention to wear it henceforth. Lee advises her to take a break from work occasionally, encouraging her to dress up and indulge in a beverage. This prompts a pause and a contemplation of Isiop, piquing Lee's interest in her momentary hesitation. Subsequently, the protagonist steers the conversation elsewhere. Claiming it's insignificant, Lee discloses a hidden meaning. However, she discourages her from overanalyzing the situation. It's evident she desires to appear attractive. for the executive director, stumbling over her words, asserting the necessity of maintaining a polished image to collaborate with ICA. However, Lee refutes this, clarifying her intent. She implies looking beautiful, as a woman traditionally might for a man, enhancing her allure. The protagonist refutes this notion, deeming it absurd considering the subject is ICA. Although Lee perceives her friend's attraction to him once more, she falters, stating it's simply instinctive to experience a flutter of excitement upon encountering an attractive man. But, to phrase it that way, every female staff member should have a crush on Isia. A blushing Kong averts her eyes and mutters that she harbors no affection for him. However, she's held a dislike for Isia from their initial encounter, asserted her disdain for men like the director. A decade prior, the student cohort Kong associated with circulated whispers that they were an exceptional team. The old office dynamic was attributed to a particular individual because the two top students were placed together with the anticipation that they would support one another. One member harbored anxiety that they'd face repercussions for failing to secure the top spot, which was concerning due to a well-connected person. This individual was employed through open recruitment. The situation was intricate, as less qualified applicants were seemingly overlooked, solely to prioritize that individuals hired. The situation left a majority of the trainees feeling uneasy. There appeared to be no discernible distinction between themselves and those connected individuals. Their only recourse was to harbor envy towards the privileged third generation. They had dedicated years of arduous preparation to secure a position within the organization. Yet this unforeseen circumstance still unfolded. Kong endeavored to uplift their spirits, asserting that if he possessed such influential connections or had engaged in dishonest practices, he would not have attained the second-place ranking. His remark elicited chuckles from his fellow trainees as he implored them to refrain from excessive rumination and instead concentrate on maximizing their own performance. Moreover, the Appalachian Dream Team possessed a certain allure. Thus, Kong experienced a surge of anticipation upon their assembly. It was at this juncture that our protagonist encountered the individual in question, towering above the others, possessing a melodious voice and elegant demeanor. Could such an epitome of perfection truly exist? It was as if a prince had materialized from the pages of a fairy tale. Kong found himself captivated, unable to avert his gaze. Her aim was to capture Icy Up's attention, who swiftly registered her presence. She wished that every time their eyes met, they could exchange at least a courteous smile. Despite Kang's radiant grin, Icy Up's strained expression only deteriorated the longer their gazes locked. Furthermore, he became perplexed by her persistent stare, her flushed cheeks and nervously averted eyes adding to his confusion. Later, seeking a refreshment in the dining hall, Kong encountered Icy Up once more, this time seated alone. Naturally, she approached him, prompting a nervous chuckle from Icy Up, who offered her a seat. She expressed her gratitude immediately, visibly delighted. Facing one another, the pair commenced their interaction. Although Icy Up's evident tension and anxiety remained palpable, observing a cough from him, the protagonist inquired about allergies, a suggestion he refuted, attempting to decipher the motive behind her inquiry. Kane remarked that he appeared slightly uneasy, inquiring if he felt an itching sensation. To this, he anxiously confirmed her observation. Kong then proposed that it might be attributed to dust or the elevated temperature. This prompted Isaac to inquire if she was experiencing a similar discomfort. She promptly refuted this, asserting that she felt perfectly well. She then proceeded to commend the fish cake, marveling at the presence of sodal oil within. She observed that it was not at all greasy to consume. She extended an offer to Icy of a sample. He subsequently added a squeeze of lemon. Prior to sampling the fish cake she had mentioned, his reaction was one of astonishment. This elicited a smile from the protagonist, as she deduced that he must have grasped its delectable flavor. He expressed his admiration, declaring it surpassed his expectations. At that moment, another student approached Kong to engage in conversation. This abrupt interruption caused her to turn and converse with the newcomer, leaving Icy feeling somewhat excluded, but he remained silent on the matter. Later, the protagonist unveiled her complete project to the assembly. Using the illustration she had crafted on paper, she elucidated that they could perfect it by extending their limbs. In response, everyone showered her with accolades, remarking on her exceptional artistic abilities. This left Isiop utterly astonished, inquiring what sort of talent exhibition this had become. The protagonist asserted that they must secure victory. Regardless of the circumstances, they were the ultimate team and destined for triumph. Consequently, she inquired who should assume the leading role. One member proposed that Isiop embody the protagonist, a suggestion that rendered him anxious and visibly uneasy. The group concurred, as Isiop possessed the appearance of a male lead, and witnessing him in this new capacity would be spectacular. Observing Isiop's apprehension, Kong interjected that as the performance's organizer, she believed Choi Sung-jong would be a suitable protagonist. He belonged to the judo team, and the performance's pinnacle involved lifting. Therefore, she deemed it prudent to assign this role to someone with exceptional strength. Choi consented, feeling deeply honored. Isiop offered a tense smile, remarking that he lacked the physical strength for such a task. The lead character chuckled, replying that his expertise wasn't a requirement. Regardless of Isiop's participation, they were still capable of securing victory. This nearly insulted him, provoking a complaint that he was perfectly capable. Thus, they commenced a rehearsal, following the protagonist's strategy. After Iser executed the lifting scene, he glanced at Kong, who applauded enthusiastically and lavishly commended his execution. She then pivoted, suggesting that Isiop's musical piece could be the performance's centerpiece. Pleased with the progress, she turned and disregarded Isiop once again. This further aggravated him, as she excluded him to converse with others. However, Kong inexplicably sensed Isiop's intense glare upon her, and she questioned if she had unintentionally committed a faux pas, causing him to gaze at her with such intensity. When she briefly looked his way, Isiop swiftly averted his gaze, appearing to disregard her as well. This perplexed her, as he readily smiled and engaged with others. As time progressed, another activity day commenced, during which it was declared that they would construct paper airplanes in pairs. The flight duration and range of each plane would be measured, and contribute to the respective team's overall tally. Predictably, Kong and Isiop were once again assigned to the same group. This exasperated Isiop, finding himself positioned beside her yet again. He pondered the recurring nature of this circumstance. The situation proved exceedingly awkward for him to navigate. Nevertheless, Isiop proposed that they initially select the paper and determine the desired hue. Kong replied that any option would suffice, but there appeared to be negligible variations in weight or dimensions. Hesitantly, he inquired if she possessed prior experience in crafting paper airplanes. The protagonist contemplated this question. Although she lacked a concrete blueprint, she possessed the ability to foresee the most favorable aircraft configuration. Aviation fundamentally relies on propulsion, elevation, and gravitational forces. Therefore, the efficacy of their distribution dictates the steadiness of the flight. In the instance of a conventional aircraft, ascension is achieved through Bernoulli's theorem. However, for a paper airplane, integrating an airfoil would necessitate a specialized approach. Kang's convoluted elucidation left Isiop bewildered, baffled by her seemingly incoherent discourse. Yet she persisted, asserting that to prolong airtime, one must account for the centers of lift and gravitational pull. Should the gravitational center trail the lift center, the aircraft risks destabilization and a subsequent crash. This prompted Isiop to pause momentarily before conceding his comprehension of her perspective. Kang's enthusiasm persisted, and Isiop declared he would commence by crafting a paper airplane. He added that she was fortunate, as he enjoyed the art of origami. This revelation astonished the protagonist, who found it a remarkably unexpected pastime for a third-generation chaebol. Chaebol smirked, internally amused that of all possible skills, paper airplane construction was his forte. He reminisced about the accolades he used to garner from household staff. He inquired as to her preferred airplane design. Her options included a fighter jet, a stealth aircraft, a 15K connector, a Sky King, a Delta supersonic jet, or even a simple, conventional plane. On this occasion, Kong faltered, unfamiliar with the specific aircraft names. Consequently, she required a visual representation of their forms. He explained that if the wings angled downwards, it was termed a dihedral angle. Conversely, if the wings formed a Y shape, it was designated an anhedral angle. Typically, the dihedral configuration provided a greater surface area for wind resistance compared to the anhedral angle, resulting in improved stability. But suddenly, Isiok yelled for her to cease. The abrupt command startled her. He reproached her for being excessively serious, especially since it was merely a recreational pursuit, intended for their enjoyment. She faltered, stating that if they were participating, their objective should be victory. The victorious squad would receive a TK mobile device, though ICOPP remained annoyed. Recognizing it as an obvious inventory liquidation, he forced a strained chuckle, claiming to comprehend her aspirations. He surmised she likely jeopardized her well-being to achieve the status of TK's top recruit. He cautioned that he would exercise prudence henceforth as Kong, with her penchant for supremacy, might be vying for the highest position at TK. Kong stammered a denial, accusing him of making hasty assumptions. Siop asserted the veracity of his statement, confessing his inherent selfishness and argumentative nature, despite endeavoring to conceal these traits. Apparently, his efforts at secrecy proved futile. Kang's face flushed crimson at the proximity. Only after comprehending his words did she divert her gaze, assuring him that she would safeguard his secret. His response was to recoil, grumbling once more, weary of her perpetual solemnity. It seemed as though she was utterly devoid of humor. As Oziop departed to file the claim independently, Kong approached, assuring her there was no cause for alarm, for he appeared to be a logical and reasonable individual. He countered that she must perceive him as aloof and unfeeling. She nervously refuted this assessment. Instead, she insisted he was courteous, compassionate, and well-mannered, to which he retorted that he must, therefore, be flawless. This rendered the protagonist speechless. She could only observe as he fashioned the paper airplane. He glanced at her, inquiring why she was fixated on him. The protagonist finally conceded the truth. He was indeed impeccable, yet emotionally detached. The feeling returned that she was regarding him with that familiar expression, the one that made him feel utterly insignificant, believing he became uninteresting in Kang's presence. This bruised his ego, causing him to ignore her. Later, the main character learned from the girl, originally scheduled to perform with Isiop, that she had suffered a sprained ankle. She expressed remorse for the unfortunate incident. The situation was complex, since only Kong was familiar with the entire routine. A wave of astonishment washed over Isiop as he questioned the recurrence of this predicament. This implied Kong would replace the injured girl, performing alongside him. However, the protagonist reassured him, alleviating his concerns, explaining that she consistently trained to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. She garnered further praise from fellow students for her remarkable preparedness. Isiop was left pondering her seemingly limitless capabilities. He countered that it was excessively last-minute, and they needed to make at least some adjustments, uncertain if they possessed the capability to execute the plan. The central character addressed him, stating, should the task prove excessively challenging, re-evaluation was an option, a remark that once again offended Isiop's ego. She highlighted the disparity in physique between Kong and Song Yinju, suggesting a potential discrepancy in weight might be perceptible to him. This was a previously unconsidered factor for Kong, prompting him to concur that a reassessment, as initially proposed by Isiop, might be prudent. Without delay, Isiop swiftly interjected, asserting the simplicity of the task and emphasizing his ability to execute a mere personnel substitution without difficulty. Eventually, the date designated for their collaborative presentation arrived, yet Isiop harbored the sensation of having been deceived once more. He had succumbed to Kang's calculated incitement, a tactic she employed knowing its effectiveness in provoking his self-esteem. He contemplated her purported height of nearly 170 centimeters, questioning its veracity. Presumably, she possessed a slightly greater mass compared to her predecessor. As the exhibition progressed, he remained in a state of uncertainty, culminating in the pivotal moment when Isiop attempted to lift her. The unexpected weight caught him completely unprepared. Upon grasping that Kong possessed a slighter and more petite physique than her appearance suggested. Furthermore, despite her initial presentation conveying a different impression, it appeared her bosom was more ample than her attire implied. When Siop roused from his slumber in the present, he struggled to comprehend the events that had transpired. Thus, He hastily sought refuge in the shower, still reeling from the shock, utterly mortified, as he had evidently lost his sanity, to the extent of experiencing such a fantasy concerning a subordinate like Kong. Moreover, it wasn't merely a lewd reverie about anyone, but specifically centered around that particular Kong. Following his ablutions, he even resorted to listening to classical compositions, inhaling deeply to compose himself. Recent circumstances had been strained, and he had likely experienced a temporary lapse in judgment, culminating in such a predicament. Ultimately, how could he have possibly conjured a dream about that peculiar, geeky, automaton-like bespectacled Kong? Admittedly, he could acknowledge the attractiveness of her visage, but her ample bosom lingered in his thoughts, driving him to distraction with every recollection. He smacked his own forehead in frustration. ICUp berated himself for obsessing over Kong So's chest. He was a renowned ICUp. After all, countless individuals had propositioned him with ulterior motives throughout his life, be it peculiar lewd classmates, star athletes, or celebrated actresses, influential personalities and admired idols, or even complete strangers. He had remained impervious to their allure and enticements. He had always dismissed them as shallow and tainted. Yet here he was fantasizing about such a thing. Furthermore, it was about someone utterly indifferent to him. ICUp was attractive, well-built, affluent, essentially the epitome of a perfect man in various aspects. Though he occasionally employed photo filters to bolster his self-image, he paused to reframe his thoughts in a more optimistic light. He concluded it was a natural impulse, entirely typical for a man in good health, and there was no justification for remorse. Therefore, ICUp convinced himself of his masculinity and the validity of these emotions. Even as he utilized music for solace and tranquility, he inhaled deeply, reminding himself of his identity as ICUp Te, engaging in self-affirmation. He recalled his personal virtues, declaring his own well-being and exceptional nature. While attempting to unwind to music in his office, finding it ineffective, he perceived the external environment as tumultuous. Yet within, it was cozy and serene. A melodious tune permeated the room, beneficial for his psychological well-being until Kong abruptly entered, offering a morning salutation. This elicited a surprised exclamation from Icy, akin to Abba's style. He instantly focused on her attire, inquiring about her choice of garments at such an early hour. Kong explained the elevated indoor temperature due to the heating system, justifying her preference for less heavy clothing. However, Icy materialized from behind his desk, insisting she remove it at once. If she felt chilly, she should don a sweater, he suggested. He interrogated her, inquiring why she even activated the heating unit. Chuckling softly, the protagonist clarified that her intention was to minimize their carbon footprint. She presented him with the newly released environmental management strategy announcement. Nevertheless, he bellowed that as of this current year, their organization had embraced an environmentally conscious ethos and would no longer endorse the utilization of air conditioning. He slammed his fists upon the desk repeatedly. Confronted with this barrage of grievances, the protagonist deactivated the heater. She exhaled, internally lamenting his habitual tendency to issue commands. Despite this, ICUp hollered at her to vacate the office immediately and remain out of his line of vision until he summoned her appropriately. Later that evening, Kong recounted to Hyam and Lee the entire ordeal of how he abruptly began berating her. She confessed to never having encountered such a capricious individual in her lifetime. Lee expressed astonishment, believing their relationship was progressing smoothly. Hyam remarked on the unexpected turn of events, stating simply that he was peculiar. This provoked a sardonic chuckle from Kong. The situation felt almost surreal, observing him feign normalcy in the presence of others, refraining from his usual outbursts, instead smiling, chuckling, and adopting a grave tone, was almost comical. How could anyone possess such audacity? Each time she observed Icy from behind, she felt the urge to strike him with a blunt object, purely out of retaliation. Made Lee's laughter, having never witnessed the protagonist speak of anyone in this manner, found the experience quite unusual. Hyan concurred, believing she must be enduring a difficult period. Nevertheless, Kong retorted that it wasn't overly challenging, certainly manageable for her. She could witness his most unpleasant traits without consequence. Haeyoung fell silent at this remark, pausing before cautiously suggesting that she attempt to disregard her ego and assess the situation more impartially. After all, she had dedicated a decade to TK and possessed the necessary qualifications to become the youngest member of the department head leadership team. He inquired if she truly believed it was logical to work under a man and endure such abysmal treatment daily. It might be ICOP, but the designation of TK's crown prince was now outdated information. He pondered if this situation stemmed from HR's involvement. Should that be the circumstance, Hyun could provide her with legal assistance. Kang swiftly refuted the need for such extreme measures, expressing remorse for causing him undue concern. Yet again, Hyun became momentarily speechless before stating his inability to comprehend her actions. Initially, he intended to remain silent, but Kang deserved to know that ICOP was not a virtuous individual, despite their collaboration on a Baekhyang resort venture, which could potentially benefit their respective professional standings. Before he could articulate his complete thought, Kang interrupted him, requesting him to cease. Her expression caught him completely unaware. She revealed that, contrary to his belief, the CEO had also endured a challenging past. This perplexed Hyun, considering ICOP was merely a third-generation successor. The main character paused briefly, before replying that he was completely unaware of the situation. However, this didn't deter Hyun, who asserted his knowledge of ICOP's history stemmed from documented accounts. He explained that the Baekhyang resort transaction was a fraudulent merger and acquisition, further complicated by financial misrepresentation. Kang countered that the vice presidents were solely responsible, claiming the chief executive, ICOP, lacked knowledge of the company's fiscal specifics. Nevertheless, Hyun maintained that even if ICOP was uninformed, the primary beneficiary of such activities was evident. The protagonist furrowed his brow, grasping Hyun's implication, and inquired about their course of action, given their limited responsibilities. Shortly after, Kang received a text from ICOP, summoning her directly to the workplace, specifically his office, not his residence, by 8 a.m. So she boarded the underground train, disembarking at the subsequent stop. She proceeded on foot, navigating the bustling thoroughfare towards her workplace as per usual, until she was abruptly taken aback. Upon discovering a demonstration in progress, individuals were congregating, advocating for job security, and protesting against potential redundancies. Every voice was raised in unison, asserting their fundamental right to livelihood and seeking redress from the TK Corporation. Moments later, Kang abruptly entered ICOP's office, seeking his presence. Discovering him gazing pensively out the window at the assembly below, he instructed her to elucidate the unfolding events. Following a brief pause, Kang clarified that throughout the Baekhyang Resort's merger and acquisition proceedings, a divestiture agreement was selected in lieu of an amalgamation to avert widespread employee dismissals. This revelation led ICOP to deduce that she had possessed prior knowledge of this decision. He inquired as to the reason for her reticence. After another moment of hesitation, Kang divulged that the commercial aspect of the deal was considerably less substantial in comparison to the company's overall earnings, and the magnitude of the merger fell below the threshold requiring directorial oversight. As per the established protocols, Kang had neglected to inform IC of the developments, prompting him to rake a hand through his hair in frustration. He muttered under his breath, lamenting the recurring nature of such situations. Ong consistently believed she possessed complete knowledge of him, and persistently conducted herself accordingly, making presumptions. ICOP retorted, declaring his dislike for her since their initial encounter. He mused that he had briefly dismissed this sentiment. He advanced towards her, inquiring if she believed Song Baek-jae would assure her an elevated position due to her current actions. If that were her assumption, she was mistaken. He further opined that she should have possessed the astuteness to discern this from the outset. This prompted Kang to abruptly sit upright, stammering a denial while meeting his gaze. He questioned whether her motivation stemmed from her siblings' well-being, a selfless act for her family. This revelation stunned the protagonist, who was completely oblivious to how he possessed such knowledge. Once more, ICOP encroached further, diminishing the distance between them. He inquired whether she genuinely believed he remained unaware from the outset. Her assumption was incredibly naive. He had been cognizant of everything since the beginning and had merely feigned ignorance. This deception applied to the entirety of the current predicament. This duplicitous behavior was characteristic of ICYOP's entire existence. He possessed a deeper understanding of his circumstances than anyone else. He had dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the company, equally matching Kang's commitment. Therefore, she ought to recognize that his knowledge of the company far surpassed her own. He caressed her hair and gently grazed Kang's shoulder, as tears welled in her eyes upon hearing his words. This was not his inaugural encounter with such a situation. He had consistently borne the responsibility of rectifying the repercussions stemming from his father's actions. This had been his perpetual occupation. Moreover, they had exploited Kang's vulnerabilities against her, coercing her into the role of his secretary. This ensured she would manage everyone else's predicaments in his stead. In the midst of IC-Up's mounting frustration and rage, with tears welling up in his own eyes, the protagonist attempted to offer comfort by touching his arm. However, IC-Up abruptly seized her wrist, demanding to know if she had been manipulating him all along. He questioned why she was interfering with his responsibilities, as this was his designated task. The protagonist recoiled, taken aback by his harsh words. She understood that he was projecting his anger onto her unjustly. He loosened his grip, releasing her wrist and retreating with a sigh. He ran a hand through his hair in frustration, turning away from her. Following a protracted period of silence, IC-Up implored Kang to submit a departmental transfer request. He pleaded with her to do so, guaranteeing her immunity from any negative consequences. Dejectedly slumping onto the sofa with his head bowed, he simply asked her to depart. His hands trembled as he lamented her presence as his secretary. He yearned for nothing more than her absence. Witnessing IC-Up's emotional collapse, * changed name to maintain continuity with previous edits *. Kang vehemently ordered him to cease his behavior and regain his composure. Her outburst startled him profoundly. Kang advised him to focus on finding a solution, instead of burdening her with a sob story. Every staff member was aware of IC-Up's unwavering dedication to TK. Throughout the last decade, his loyalty was the reason he maintained his position. Following the unfortunate incident with the vice president, Kang had always deemed it a privilege to serve as IC-Up's assistant, but now she felt differently. She couldn't bear to see him discard years of tireless effort. Squandering such dedication would be an egregious loss. Furthermore, Kang was determined to preserve her flawless professional record, avoiding any blemishes on her resume. He should understand her commitment to excellence. Her performance evaluations consistently reflected impeccable scores, despite being entrusted with seemingly insurmountable tasks and ventures. Therefore, he needn't fret. IC-Up hesitated momentarily, then released a profound sigh. His face flushed crimson before he erupted into a trembling laughter. Recognizing the genuine Kang had finally revealed herself. Smiling amidst the turmoil, she truly was TK's hidden advantage. Observing his response, the protagonist moved nearer, requesting him to simply provide her with instructions. With a softened countenance, IC-Up granted her the freedom to act as she saw fit. He reminisced that, to Kang, he represented merely another professional obligation. Nevertheless, he harbored the desire to one day perceive a deeper significance in her pronouncements. She currently remained utterly oblivious to his inner musings. The former vice president and CEO, Wu Ter, had engaged in deceptive bookkeeping practices and corporate amalgamations, intending to manipulate the resort's share values in the undertaking. The Beijiang Resort acquisition and integration were executed via an atypical asset procurement contract, rather than a conventional merger and acquisition procedure. Consequently, legally, there were no stipulations concerning workforce retention, and the discussions between TK and the Labor Association lacked legally enforceable provisions. The TK conglomerate, despite possessing the prerogative to circumvent accountability and quell the unlawful work stoppages through law enforcement intervention, opted to engage with the delegates to address their grievances. The Workers' Coalition requested employment guarantees under the stewardship of Chief Operating Officer IC-Up Tar. Notwithstanding substantial public scrutiny, internal dissent from the executive team, and a decline in share value, the PK Enterprise, PK Corporation, shouldered considerable outlays to retain the personnel in question. Countless file examinations and hypothetical scenarios were conducted. The demarcation between daylight and nighttime became indistinct as the days relentlessly marched on. They faced unremitting strain daily, and weekends were consumed by corporate travel. This continued right up until the final moment. During one of these occasions, a visibly depleted IC-Up inquired of his administrative assistant whether she could quantify the surplus workforce required for the employee succession protocol and individual worker output. She consented without hesitation. This prompted him to shift his gaze from the computer screen to Kang. She informed them that presently, Excess personnel in each division constituted approximately 15% of the workforce, which was insignificant. It would be prudent to augment staffing levels and optimize output by reassigning surplus employees to the emerging enterprise division. Based on the ERP computations, the ratio of individual expenditures had a distinct aggregate cost. As she elucidated her pragmatic methodology to Livet, Kong, and her colleagues, she inquired why she had opted to pursue employment at TK. She responded that her choice stemmed from TK's reputation for having some of the most competitive remuneration packages within the sector. Her candidness caused him to pause in astonishment. "Gradually, I understand," he murmured. She countered that at times, the situation gave the impression she was destined for a greater purpose than mere clerical work. He had secured his position through his grandfather's influence, but most individuals likely harbored aspirations of becoming physicians or legal professionals. He therefore believed Kong possessed the potential for even higher academic pursuits, perhaps attending a more prestigious university for postgraduate studies. Considering her exceptional aptitude, a scholarship would have been easily attainable. This prompted Kong to reveal a lifelong awareness of her uniqueness. She always sensed she differed from her peers. From the commencement of elementary school, she rapidly grasped the fundamental curriculum. Consequently, she experienced prolonged periods of apathy and listlessness. Naturally, this caused parental concern. This revelation astonished IC Up, given Kang's remarkable intellect. Kong elaborated that since her youth, everything came effortlessly to her. She encountered no significant obstacles. However, her younger siblings pursued athletic endeavors. In their formative years, they displayed exceptional promise in junior leagues. Nevertheless, assessing their abilities and physical progress, they reached a juncture where transitioning to speed-focused training proved more beneficial, explaining that initially, her mother and father desired her siblings to abandon competitive skiing and had intended to send her to postgraduate studies. However, she was adamant about securing employment, asserting that everything would turn out well regardless of her chosen path. But the situation was different for her brothers and sisters, as skiing was their sole passion and skill set. There was no inherent need to achieve exceptional status. She cherished the contentment found in a conventional existence. She harbored no desire for anything remarkable. The presence of her loved ones and companions sufficed. This revelation deeply resonated with IC Up, as his entire life had been driven by the conviction that he was destined for greatness. Kong concurred, acknowledging his exceptional qualities, prompting him to blush and implore her to cease her playful teasing. She reassured him that such teasing was not her intention. Yet IC Up still recoiled. Flustered, he suggested she at least clean her mouth. Despite the protagonist's earnestness, many perceived Isiop, a member of the TK conglomerate, as the epitome of beauty and grace. Many harbored resentment towards Isiop for his seemingly effortless existence. They perceived him as a privileged individual, born with a silver spoon and an elevated position. Perhaps this stemmed from the fact that Isiop had dedicated his entire life to tireless effort, striving to disprove these preconceived notions. Moments later, Isiop discovered he had unintentionally dozed off at his workstation. He glanced at the timepiece, astonished to find it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. He then observed Kong slumbering on the couch. He approached her with the intention of rousing her. He gently tried to awaken her, suggesting she return home for a more restful sleep. He advised her to go home and get some proper rest. However, she remained unresponsive. Amused, Isiop playfully began to tease her. He lightheartedly called her foolish while she was still in a state of slumber. Observing the depth of her sleep, he realized he had been gazing at her for an extended period. This prolonged observation evoked a familiar feeling within him. Consequently, Isiop distanced himself from Kong. He muttered to himself about another lost day. During her commute, Kong found herself caught in a severe blizzard as winter drew to a close. Gazing skyward, she was astonished by the intensity of the snowfall. That year, the last blizzard seemed determined to be unrelenting. A short while later, she had a meeting with Isiop, who observed that their daily tasks were completed, and they could finally relax. The main character stated she had just obtained a briefing on the financial discrepancies at the vacation establishment, and a roster of those accountable, provided by the inspection group, inquiring about the appropriate course of action. They had also ascertained the dissemination of information among the colleagues. Therefore, she would arrange the conference. Isiop mused that a majority of these predicaments were rectified during the preceding examination. However, it appeared there was still a considerable distance to cover. Notwithstanding the extended work hours dedicated to damage control, the fiscal reports remained in a state of disarray. Although feeling discouraged, the protagonist offered a smile, assuring him that there was still some positive news, inquiring if he recalled the incident at the Beijing Leisure Complex, when the labor syndicate members disseminated widely viewed digital material. Seemingly, the gaming collective had attained the highest position in reputations assessment, and numerous news agencies, along with civic organizations, were commending their current endeavors, causing Isiop to pause momentarily. Prior to responding that he had simply performed the expected action, he was uncertain if he genuinely merited such accolades. Following a prolonged period of inaction, with a smile, Kong countered that it might appear straightforward, yet not everyone would have chosen the same course of action. Therefore, he undoubtedly warranted the commendation. Isiop remained reticent, continuing to listen intently, as the central figure asserted that henceforth all would be well and that a favorable future lay ahead. She further expressed her determination to persevere with her utmost effort, directly alongside him in their collaborative efforts. Upon hearing her pronouncements, he reddened slightly and stammered an expression of gratitude. But in his head, he pondered how he'd landed such an exceptional assistant. Yet his mind could only conjure inappropriate thoughts. In his solitude, leaving him feeling utterly discombobulated. Kang's optimistic collaboration only amplified this feeling. With each passing day, this realization grew more acute. Kang was not just swift, but also remarkably proficient in her duties. She possessed remarkable resilience and unwavering focus. She operated with machine-like precision. Thus, the staff's whispers about her being an automaton weren't entirely baseless, considering her extraordinary output. To Gus's chagrin, Isiop had fallen for this supposed robot, his first romantic interest after 34 years of bachelorhood, and she was an entirely different being altogether. This only exacerbated his inner turmoil over time. Isiop's nocturnal visions of Kong became a nightly ordeal. The more he struggled to suppress these thoughts, these fantasies that filled him with self-loathing, the more vividly he pictured the intricacies of those dreams. Now, Isiop dreaded even succumbing to slumber, dreading a repeat of his past traumas, yearning for the solace of untroubled sleep once again. Burdened by these recurring nightmares and the relentless demands of his work, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. He desperately longed for respite, for the end of his ordeal. But reality rarely conformed to his desires. At that very moment, Isiop Modi's Kong received an incoming communication. She replied briefly and returned her phone to its resting position, screen down. He remarked on the lateness of the hour and proposed they order a meal for delivery, causing him to flush with embarrassment as the implications of their current situation dawned on him. However, instead of accepting the suggestion, Isiop produced his credit card and countered with an invitation to dine outside, suggesting they could procure something delectable en route. Thus, the pair ventured forth to an establishment whose opulence and refinement astonished the protagonist. It surpassed even her wildest expectations, and Isiop remarked on the presence of other enticing options on the menu. Beyond the risotto dish, the protagonist eagerly perused the menu, contemplating her culinary choices, still captivating Isiop's gaze. He mused that he'd never envisioned himself in such a setting, alone with Kong, in a locale frequented by couples. The atmosphere felt remarkably like a romantic rendezvous. This led Isiop to conclude that burning the midnight oil wasn't so unpleasant after all. He wished the moment could last indefinitely. It sparked a desire to work overtime daily, including weekends, enabling them to venture out frequently, perhaps even catch a film together. He even entertained the notion of visiting a theme park. This sudden realization jolted Ozzy, prompting him to question if he was foolish for indulging in such fantasies. The protagonist observed Ozzy's untouched meal and inquired about his well-being. Instead of answering, he countered with a question about her weekend plans. He contemplated extending a date invitation. Resolute in his pursuit, Zhang paused in contemplation, oblivious to the rapid thumping of Ijiev's heart. She then replied that she intended to visit Gongju's residence, leaving Isiop perplexed since Gongju translated to princess. The lead character clarified that it was an observance of the Lunar New Year, allowing him to grasp her intended meaning. More time elapsed, and Kong sensed it had been an extended period since she last encountered that sensation of tranquility and ease. Along her journey, she encountered two elderly women who promptly identified her. Kong offered a greeting, and the ladies chuckled, expressing their astonishment at her continued existence. They believed they had succumbed to her allure, eliciting a smile from the protagonist as well. The main character experienced a slight feeling of awkwardness from the unexpected notice. She dismissed it to maintain her self-respect and continue her pleasant experience. As she proceeded toward her family's establishment, she suspected her mother had likely exerted more energy than required. Once again, nevertheless, she entered, declaring her arrival to her mother. Having finally come back after a considerable absence, a notice had been positioned outside, informing the public of their closure on Sundays. The scene inside was rather chaotic, as the brothers were creating a disaster with the dumplings, their creations so misshapen they were unsellable. The disastrous results only sent them into fits of laughter. Meanwhile, Hyun's mother chimed in, remarking that she had predicted this outcome from the very beginning. Boys, she declared, simply couldn't be entrusted with such delicate tasks. Their sister, C, concurred, suggesting they consume the unsightly dumplings themselves. One twin expressed delight, while the other protested that their time would be better spent training for the national teen competition instead of making dumplings. Their mother inquired if they were serious about trying out for the team. They affirmed, elaborating that their securing sponsorships had dramatically enhanced their performance. They were no longer relegated to the bench, and their accelerated velocity training was garnering considerable attention. The remarkable progress in their abilities was truly commendable. Their peers at school and the skating rink were constantly abuzz, intrigued by the reasons behind the children's sponsorships. And the twins chuckled because financial backers were solely interested in promising talent, not rumors. They experienced a sense of pride, recognizing they truly merited the accolades. The two were undeniably a strikingly attractive duo, an undeniable fact, considering their father's own handsome features. This very attractiveness was the reason their mother chose to marry him. In response, their father quipped, inquiring why she constantly berated him when he was innocent of any wrongdoing. This prompted an immediate strike from her, and a complaint that his lack of assistance was the very source of her frustration. The father then appealed to Kong for intervention, pleading with her to dissuade her mother. Meanwhile, the twins continued to giggle at the unfolding comedic display. Suddenly, their mother remarked on a peculiar sensation, questioning if Kang's involvement was a possibility. Kong swiftly refuted any involvement. However, her mother remained unconvinced, finding Kang's denial implausible. Despite the protagonist's assertions that sponsorship decisions rested solely with the corporation, and that she possessed no insider knowledge, her mother consented but cautioned her, reminding her she wasn't merely a staff member, but rather the most valuable asset at TK. Nearby, Hyun interjected playfully, inquiring how a lone worker could possibly influence the firm's sponsorship agreements. He added that it was self-evident they would face termination for such audacious behavior. The protagonist countered, imploring him to never utter such sentiments again. Hyun chuckled at her reaction, amused by her near choking at the mere mention of job loss. Later, the pair were seated at a table laden with documents, with Hyun extending his limbs and remarking that the workers' plight was the most pressing matter of the moment. Kong responded that given the widespread impact, it remained the morally correct course of action, regardless of the consequences. Abruptly, her phone rang with a call from ICOP, prompting her to swiftly rise and answer. She exited the kitchen to take the call. Hyun observed her cheerful countenance and the subtle rosy hue on her face. During the conversation, slightly taken aback by the unexpected response, she then glanced at him and inquired whether the amended written agreement for the business acquisition had been finalized. The document that previously had discrepancies with the legal counsel representing the client. Caught off guard, Haeon affirmed that the matter had been resolved, and Kong relayed this update to ICOP via telephone. However, she became apprehensive when ICOP began behaving peculiarly, unable to comprehend the situation, until he abruptly terminated the call. Beside her, Hyun addressed her, questioning if he had erred. She simply chuckled in response. He pressed further, wanting to confirm if there truly was nothing more than a professional connection between her and IC. Nothing beyond their working relationship. This left her perplexed, but Hyun's mother unexpectedly materialized, inquiring what sort of organization compelled its personnel to be on duty during the Lunar New Year festivities, and whether this was customary for large corporations. This prompted the protagonist to laugh as she replied that it was all right, explaining that she was working voluntarily despite her mother's remark about it being a day of rest. And acknowledging her daughter's recent tireless efforts, she inquired if her daughter couldn't pause for a brief meal, suggesting they prepare a simple dish and enjoy some fruit together. Hyam soon interjected, stating Kong was preoccupied and could entrust everything to him. He offered his assistance, then donned an apron. Her mother remarked on her son's thoughtful nature, adding that finding a spouse with such capabilities would be a blessing. As the evening progressed, the main character requested her mother leave the dishwashing to her, to be attended to later. However, her mother responded that having completed her work, she should simply relax. Kong rose, mentioning she hadn't contributed in the kitchen at all, and wished to at least assist with tidying up. Yet again, her mother urged her to rest. Despite her mother's insistence, the protagonist persisted, taking charge of the dishes, causing her mother a slight worry. Moments later, the pair settled down to slice some leeks. After a brief pause, her mother broached a sensitive subject. Through tears, she expressed that Kong wasn't obligated to marry. She questioned if Kang's relentless work ethic was driven by her brother's needs. This unexpected response prompted the protagonist to abruptly rise and console her distraught mother, attributing her mother's sentimentality to her advancing years. Her mother countered, asserting that Kong deserved a life of her own. The protagonist embraced her, offering reassurance and affirmation. As tears welled in her eyes, her mother added that she yearned for her daughter to experience not just marriage, but motherhood as well. Kong urged her to dismiss her worries, assuring her mother she wasn't romantically involved with anyone. The following day, the entire family collaborated to serve the shop's patrons, including Kong, who cheerfully assisted customers. Her cheerful demeanor was shattered, however, by the sight of a suspicious individual, concealed beneath a hoodie, mask, and cap, clearly attempting to remain incognito. Contrary to popular belief, following Isiop's abrupt phone call the other day, he experienced the classic stages of bereavement, eventually acknowledging his envy towards Hyun for enjoying the holiday in her company. Resentfully, he squandered time on his cell phone until impulsively searching for the address of her family's dining establishment. Unsurprisingly, he located it with ease, prompting him to sit upright in bed, contemplating briefly before collapsing back down. The thought of intruding upon her family's restaurant during the festive season felt excessive. Nevertheless, Asip flushed crimson, recognizing his longing for Kong. He couldn't fathom developing a taste for Makuksu*, so he spent several days deliberating, ultimately resolving to journey to the restaurant. He rationalized that he would simply consume Makuksu*, and depart immediately. He attempted to camouflage his appearance as discreetly as possible, unaware that his disguise was far from convincing. Moments later, he found himself explaining the situation to Kong, insisting it was purely coincidental, and that his only intention was to have some Makuksu*. She gave him a dubious look, inquiring if he absolutely had to eat Makuksu*, in Gongju, of all places. He responded that he was there due to a work obligation, but she remained skeptical, particularly given his attire and his claim of working on a holiday to seemingly catch up. He stammered a response about a friend, then abruptly declared it irrelevant as he had his own motives. He doffed his cap and challenged her if she could truly eject a paying customer like that, giving her pause before she ordered him to leave. Isiop questioned if he couldn't simply patronize his employee's family establishment, enjoy a bowl of Makuksu*, and exchange pleasantries with her relatives. Kong swiftly refuted the suggestion, immediately envisioning her parents wanting a private conversation with him for overworking her. She urged him to leave before being spotted. Although a perplexed Isiop inquired why, considering TK's sponsorship of the establishment, he proposed displaying an additional banner, proclaiming Isiop*'s presence as further promotion for the store. As he pivoted to enter, the main character swiftly embraced him, preventing his departure. This caused Isiop to flush crimson. Concurrently, Hyun started summoning Kong near the shop's entrance. Isiop instantly registered this. To evade detection, Isiop rapidly pulled Kong into the rear storage area, pushing her against the shelving. A blushing Kong questioned the necessity of this action. Isiop, equally flushed, responded that he felt they shouldn't be discovered in such a compromising position. The situation felt increasingly awkward for Kong until her spectacles tumbled to the ground. This prompted Isiop to recognize the need to provide her with some personal space. However, As he retreated, Kong lost her footing. The resulting clatter reached Hyun outside, although he remained unaware of its origin. Isiop urged C to remain silent, lest they be discovered. Kong mumbled that the entire scheme was his brainchild from the start. Outside, Hyun grasped a broom, speculating if a rodent or similar creature was the origin of the commotion. The protagonist inquired about Kang's plan to rationalize the predicament. Swiftly, Isiop clamped his hand over her mouth, strained as approaching footsteps echoed from beyond the door. He drew even nearer to the protagonist, who was positioned on the table. When Hyam peered inside, his vantage point obscured any sight of them. Just then, a feline's mew diverted Hyun's attention, leading him to deduce that the cat was the true source of the earlier sounds. In the meantime, Kong and Isiop remained trapped in their uncomfortably intimate proximity. Observing Hyun's preoccupation with the cat, Kong loosened his grip on Isiop's collar. She noted his flushed cheeks and subtle perspiration. She then lifted his hand, allowing her to inhale. Both remained on edge with Hyun just outside, fearful of exposure. Elsewhere, others searched for Kong, puzzled by her disappearance. Amidst the bustling activity, a debate ensued regarding her whereabouts and the best course of action to locate her. The discussion persisted for some time before the group dispersed. This left Isiop, still flushed, to softly remark on Hyun's absence. However, he drew nearer, murmuring in her ear that this was only temporary. Startled, Kong shuddered and abruptly ejected him. Moments later, annoyance washed over her. Upon discovering her spectacles had shattered during the tumble, Isiop expressed remorse, proposing they attribute the breakage to the company. She inquired about his initial reason for being there, to which he stammered a desire for Mukuk Su *. Yet she remained perplexed by his need to conceal himself. Given his explanation, he faltered again, mentioning his considerable journey. Thus, she might as well extend an invitation for him to linger within the establishment. Nesiup then offered another apology, casting a timid glance at Kang's annoyance. She finally exhaled and conceded. She requested a brief pause. Moments later, they were strolling along the roadways. With Ursiop at the wheel, he offered profuse apologies. He clarified that his current visit wasn't intended to create problems. He vowed to purchase her new spectacles following the conclusion of the Lunar New Year festivities. Averting her gaze, she dismissed the matter as insignificant. She pondered Isiop's journey to Gongju. Despite citing work as the reason, his arrival without a chauffeur and his implausible justifications raised suspicions. Furthermore, it was the final day of the holiday period. Now, she found herself beside her superior, her hair disheveled, her eyewear shattered, and her clothes soiled after her ordeal in the storage area. Explaining this predicament to her parents felt impossible. Consequently, Kong simply penned a message, citing an unforeseen emergency, and signed it distinctively. To ensure her parents recognized the author, Siup was adamant about escorting her home, assuming complete accountability for the predicament he had created, leaving her in a state of unease. Following a protracted period of quiet, Kong gazed at Isiup, attempting to discern the reason behind his extensive journey to this particular location. They reached a commercial center, and Isiup endeavored to brighten the mood by remarking on the throngs of people present, attributing it to the festive occasion. Yet Kong remained utterly solemn. He observed that characters from the Veggie Rangers show, specifically the show's leading figures, the heroic light, were being showcased and offered to purchase one for her as a present. However, she remained taciturn, observing him as he sought out more merchandise featuring her beloved character. A look of perplexity crossed his face when his search yielded no results. After a brief pause, Kong clarified that Kandoker lacked widespread popularity, making it challenging to acquire related merchandise in less populated areas such as this. Nevertheless, Isiup persisted in maintaining a cheerful demeanor, aspiring to elevate Kang's mood. This pattern continued unabated throughout their time there. He bragged about winning 6 prizes at once from a claw machine, while the protagonist simply offered a nod, remaining aloof in her demeanor. He then presented her with one of the prizes, grinning as he deposited it into her hand, declaring it a gift with a flushed face. Kong recoiled slightly and expressed her gratitude, observing the uncharacteristic exuberance Isiup had displayed since their departure from the eatery. His every action seemed centered on engaging with others, in his peculiar manner, perpetually leaving her perplexed. Upon entering a coffee shop, The barista beamed and remarked on them being a newly married couple, leaving Kong bewildered as the barista elaborated, commending Isiop on his handsome appearance as a spouse, prompting Kong to chuckle nervously and concur, although she remained indifferent even after departing. With their refreshments, Isiop inquired why she hadn't refuted the barista's assumption regarding their marital status. Ong expressed remorse if her actions had caused him any distress, clarifying that she believed divulging the complete truth would have been excessively time-consuming. However, he accelerated his pace, halting before her and asserting that the issue was not her brevity, but rather her acknowledgement of his attractiveness. Kong, crimson-faced, shoved him gently while clutching her meal, inadvertently staining his hooded sweatshirt. She subsequently attempted to cleanse the blemish with a napkin, but he reassured her, stating he would attend to the stain himself. Hesitantly, the protagonist offered her apologies, vowing to purchase him a beverage as compensation for the soiling of his garment. However, Isiop reiterated that it was inconsequential, attributing the incident to his own abrupt and peculiar jest. After a pause, she inquired about his unexpected appearance, materializing seemingly out of thin air. His arrival was entirely unforeseen. She hadn't anticipated him indulging in street fare like he was now. This irritated her. She was baffled by his motivation for undertaking the entire journey. Hayne inquired if he was merely toying with her emotions, subjecting her to torment for his own entertainment. Isiop retorted that he was simply driven by a desire to witness the joyful, conventional existence she had once yearned for. He desired to observe it firsthand. This prompted the protagonist to glance upwards at him once more. Later, as they drove back with the sun commencing its descent, Kong addressed him, extending an offering of sustenance. She clarified that consuming this kind of nourishment was customary during protracted homeward journeys. Lasser briefly observed her, then grinned as he inclined forward to sample her offering. Upon returning to Seoul, Kim welcomed Isiop with a grin, inquiring about his Lunar New Year experience. Beside him, Kong greeted Kim, who reciprocated with an identical smile, enthusiastic about collaborating with her for another week. She directed her gaze towards Isiop, who had reintegrated into their customary routine alongside her. Following an extended and tumultuous vacation, they resumed their customary interactions and routines as if nothing had transpired. Their work proceeded as usual, seemingly unaffected by recent events. The managing director maintained his habitual demeanor. No discernible shift in their dynamic was apparent, despite the significant discussions and shared experiences they had encountered during their time off. A subtle alteration in their connection was palpable. A sense of unfamiliarity lingered between them. One morning, they boarded the lift together, and Isiop observed her donning spectacles once more. She averted her gaze, clarifying that she possessed a spare set of identical eyewear. As a precautionary measure, he scrutinized her briefly, inducing a blush as he questioned the veracity of her explanation. He then nonchalantly remarked on the unfortunate concealment of her captivating eyes. With that statement, he casually exited the elevator, leaving a flushed Kong in his wake. Reluctant to follow, his words compelled her to regain her composure. However, his remarks made it challenging to maintain her equilibrium. Moments later, the Manor's kitchen was abuzz with culinary activity. The chefs were readying a fish dish, incorporating generous amounts of garlic. They infused the recipe with 3 Changyang chili peppers alongside aromatic seasonal herbs. Sunny was then offered a sample of the culinary creation. She suggested enhancing the sweetness of the dish. Her recommendation stemmed from his recent complaints about a pervasive bitterness in all his food. Deeming honey excessively viscous, she proposed sugar syrup as a preferable alternative. As the kitchen staff diligently proceeded with their preparations, a domestic staff member approached to announce Director Tai's arrival. Within the drawing room, a cop AM Kong extended a warm welcome to Tsunei. A smile graced her lips as she drew near. They engaged in amiable discourse. She alluded to having learned of Kang's summons to Song Bakshai. She expressed her sincere delight at their reunion. They settled down to partake in tea. Sunnet inquired about her son's adherence to his medication regimen. The protagonist responded affirmatively. He confirmed that his son had almost completed the entire course. This act of kindness touched Sunnet deeply. She glanced upwards at Icy and commented that things weren't so terrible after all. Beaming with maternal pride, thanks to Kang's assistance, Sunnet affectionately squeezed his cheeks. This caused him to pause momentarily before inquiring about her unusual busyness. It deviated from her typical routine. With a sigh, Sunnet revealed that Chairman T had extended a dinner invitation to that young lady. That evening, Junsip's fiancée, Woo Kyung-yun, would be warmly welcomed into the family fold. Therefore, Sunnet had been exerting herself more than usual to ensure every detail was impeccable. Isiop observed that it sounded rather draining for his mother and questioned the duration of her involvement in these preparations. She dismissed his concern, assuring him it was nothing to fret over. It was the minimal effort she could contribute. IC chuckled softly, understanding that Junsip would be deeply grateful. Sunnet yearned for Junsip's acknowledgement, especially after the company's collapse, as she had finally been permitted to wed him. Regardless of her being from a common household, he mirrored his mother's tendencies, possessing a soft spot for such sentiments. And ICIOP countered, asserting that Yun possessed a kind heart. However, Sunny remained skeptical, contending that individuals inevitably transform over time, and inquiring why he would choose to wed someone lacking advantageous connections. Jeonseop held a sufficiently elevated status that necessitated mastering his delicate and erratic feelings. After a pause, Isiop questioned the source of his mother's distress. She appeared burdened by a recent event. Gently touching Suni's hand, Kong faltered, observing Suni's vexed countenance. As she divulged that she had learned of the betrothal arrangements, she found it unbelievable that he had requested such a thing of her. For someone of Itae's son's standing, it was an excessively cruel motive. Isiok attempted to alleviate her agitation, and Suna expressed remorse for unloading her frustrations upon the protagonist. Affirming her lack of involvement, she proposed Kang's departure. Offering a strained smile, she advised Kong to consult with Chairman Ta, adding that she would resume her preparations. Kong subsequently proceeded to meet Su Wan. Su Wan commenced her report, stating that the anticipated revenue had surpassed the previous record of 2.5 trillion. However, operational earnings had diminished by 8% owing to personnel-related costs, stemming from the latest events. Nevertheless, considering the inherent characteristics of the service industry, favorable public sentiment was projected, resulting from the enterprise's triumph, guaranteeing subsequent revenue growth. They were pursuing enlargement by redeploying surplus personnel to emerging business divisions, with an objective of augmenting revenue by 300% within the ensuing 5 years. But Suwon interrupted, asserting that expansion and sales projections were commonplace. He held contempt for individuals who were superficial and made unsubstantiated assertions. Fixing his gaze upon her, he inquired if Kong belonged to that category of people. Kong countered that ample substantiation existed to support his claims. As a direct consequence of the heightened customer loyalty index, the rate of repeat purchases had surged by 150%. This effectively counterbalanced the decrease in operational earnings. Furthermore, coupled with revenue expansion, both the ESG rating and brand perception had improved by 120% in comparison to the preceding financial quarter. This directly mirrored the ascent in share valuations. The Public Relations Department was developing multiple promotional initiatives. Media announcements were being drafted in conjunction with the finalization of the refurbishment. The advertising approach capitalized on the prevailing positive public sentiment regarding Managing Director Tae. Consequently, they anticipated a favorable effect on the brand image. She exuded assurance in their capacity to attain the objective and requested C1 to place his trust in them, pledging that his confidence would not be misplaced. Following a brief interlude of silence, Siwon declared that he wouldn't have summoned her there otherwise, if his initial lack of trust in her was meant as praise, and the main character expressed gratitude for it. However, he maintained that his summons had a different purpose. He asserted that she must be well acquainted with the nature of TK Fashion as a company, and the protagonist concurred. Siwon then inquired if she knew about the textile industry's connection to the TK group, and Kong affirmed her awareness. This prompted Chairman Siwon to disclose that the fashion division's leadership position was presently unoccupied, and unsurprisingly, affairs were not progressing smoothly. Therefore, Siwon was contemplating assigning Aizop as the director of TK Fashion, a prospect he wished her to consider. This unexpected disclosure stunned the protagonist, leaving her momentarily paralyzed with astonishment and a touch of bewilderment. Moments later, as they strolled through the garden, Kong continued to contemplate the possibility of Aizop assuming control of TK Fashion. While not entirely unforeseen, Chairman Tae had initially established the fashion enterprise by vending textiles for commerce and directly overseeing outsourcing operations. It was evident he held a particular fondness for TK Fashion. Ek Fashion and apparel had evolved into a colossal enterprise. However, it had been segmented into distinct subsidiaries. As a component of the conglomerate's recent restructuring, a prudent course of action would have been to divest the marginally profitable fashion sector following the reorganization. Yet, Kong surmised that it wouldn't be a simple choice for Shuang to execute. Nevertheless, the leadership role at TK Fashion was a precarious appointment, and should Executive Director T become aware of this circumstance, his indignation would be assured. Moreover, the female lead herself was uncertain of their current trajectory. They traversed the garden as dusk descended. After a period, they happened upon Giant Ta, Shiwan's firstborn daughter, in Yun. Junseep's betrothed materialized as well. John expressed astonishment, observing that even Yun's appellation was exquisite. He inquired whether Junseep was deserving of her. This prompted Yun to falter until Junseep encircled her with his arm. The pair exchanged smiles. Yin flushed, accepting the offer, prompting laughter from Ji. He remarked on their undeniable charm as a couple. Abruptly, a declaration announced the president's arrival. Suan materialized, escorted by Kong, Su Jin. Still reeling from shock, Sunny Ai inquired about her presence. Kang's anxiety spiked, as she too was unaware of the reason. She stammered a suggestion to commence dinner, while excusing herself. However, Su Wan directed her to remain seated. This further astonished her. Jiang posed a question, inquiring about his intentions in seating a staff member at the dinner table. With such a lack of decorum, Sunny Ai offered a smile, attempting to alleviate the strain. He stated their desire to avoid making Kong feel uneasy. Suan inquired if she felt uncomfortable. The protagonist stammered a denial. Suwon declared the presence of a TK family member at the meal. Dismissing her so abruptly was not an option. He then requested additional place settings for her. As they took their seats, he inquired about the wedding arrangements and questioned why Suni had remained silent on the matter. He extended an offer to assist her with the planning. This flustered Suni, prompting her to respond that she was capable of managing independently. Junsik then interjected, addressing the president, stating his desire to proceed deliberately with their engagement and to approach matrimony gradually. Siwon inquired about the reasoning behind this. Junsik elucidated that Yang was still relatively young to enter into marriage, to which she countered that her 29th birthday was imminent. The elder retorted that 29 was hardly youthful, and that Junsik was too mature to utter such sentiments. Nevertheless, Junsik playfully remarked that his fiancée still resembled an infant in his eyes. His flirtatious teasing brought a blush to her cheeks and elicited laughter from Daono. Observing this sentimental display of affection, Sunjiub, who had been passively attentive, cringed with vicarious embarrassment. Flustered, Yun stammered an apology, conceding her shortcomings in various aspects. Siwon then inquired as to their precise matrimonial plans. He also inquired whether they were cognizant of his initial opposition to their union. Junsip responded that it had merely been a directive for the matrimony, this being the inaugural marital union within the family. Junsorp deemed it appropriate for his uncle's firstborn son to wed first, a statement that astonished Icorp. Junsorp elaborated that given Icorp's status as the family's eldest son, they would patiently await his own nuptials. Nay haltingly expressed gratitude for the thoughtful gesture, while Icorp choked on his meal, baffled by Junsop's rationale for such a declaration. However, Saewon concurred with Junseep's sentiment and inquired if Aesop was romantically involved with anyone, catching him completely unprepared. He anxiously glanced at Kan from the opposite side of the table, before averting his gaze and refuting any romantic entanglement. At that moment, GMTS spoke, mentioning that she had never witnessed Icorp bring a female companion to their residence, increasing his embarrassment as he struggled to articulate his point. She continued, stating there was a term for individuals like him these days. They were likely labeled as solitary individuals, and Jumpsop, in response to this indignity, concurred. Isiop slammed his foot down on Jumpsop's, ordering him to be silent, causing Jumpsop to softly chuckle. Siwon reprimanded Isiop, yelling and striking the table, inquiring why he remained unattached at his age, and questioning his activities throughout that period. Doin then quipped that it was preferable to being a philanderer, like their progenitor, a remark that this time infuriated Soon. She let out a nervous giggle, claiming it was merely a jest. Meanwhile, Kong recoiled, feeling excessively anxious to participate in the dialogue. Following a brief pause, the one announced his intention to set up a meeting between Aesop and Professor Choi's offspring. This prompted John to object, reminding him of Haeong Choi's long-standing infatuation with Junsi. She mentioned that Haeong had stated her preference for continuing her education, unless it was with Junsip, explaining her decision to remain in Germany. Furthermore, Aesop displayed no romantic interest in her. Siwang reacted with astonishment, questioning the veracity of the statement. Aesop briefly paused before confirming the assertion. Meanwhile, Suanai comforted her father, assuring him that Aesop would soon locate a compatible companion. This declaration caught Aesop off guard, prompting him to glance at his mother. However, she elaborated, explaining that they had merely postponed the matter due to his demanding schedule. Siwang then issued a directive to arrange Aesop's marriage. Before the year's conclusion, he emphasized the urgency for the executive director to settle down promptly. Aesop voiced his objection, citing his long working hours and lack of opportunity for courtship or diversions. He questioned the necessity of such a hasty marriage, but Soen rebutted, asserting that a man's path to achieve required the unwavering backing of a spouse. Matrimony held equal significance to his professional endeavors. At this juncture, Sujin interjected, pointing out that Aesop had never been afforded the opportunity to encounter potential partners due to his perpetually demanding schedule. This sudden pressure to find a spouse evoked sympathy within her. At this point, Somnai reproached her for disrespecting their grandfather. Dune, on the other hand, remained unperturbed, boldly asserting that their mother possessed the capability to select a suitable woman with ease. A woman who was intelligent, attractive, and hailed from an affluent background. While acknowledging its apparent insignificance to Aesop, Dune maintained its importance. He believed Aesop should marry someone financially secure, mirroring their father's choice. Procrastination, he argued, would only exacerbate the difficulty of finding a compatible partner. Lusiop's clenched fists betrayed his growing irritation. He delivered a slow, sardonic response, implying that matrimony seemed to be equated with mere procreation. Gunag attempted to placate Aesop, but he persisted, questioning their fervent desire to compel him into marriage. He expressed his reluctance to share his personal space and his inability to sleep in close proximity to others. Being cared for by others made him feel uneasy. He consequently preferred solitude. His mother inquired why he was making such pronouncements. Was it due to a conscious choice to remain unattached? Upon hearing this, Doeen wondered why he was becoming so flustered. Yet, she conceded that matrimony held little value if it didn't originate from courtship. Similar to Jumseop's current pursuits, she could empathize with Aesop's sentiments. Despite having been divorced for a number of years, an uncomfortable silence descended upon the gathering, despite Doeen chuckling at her biting remarks, which were rather caustic and difficult to dismiss. As everyone fell silent, even the main character felt apprehensive amidst the strained family atmosphere. Eventually, Icy admitted he was merely verbalizing his thoughts and disclosed a slight envy towards Johnstop. Marriage didn't appear so undesirable after all. He prompted Johnstop to seize the chance to boast. Therefore, the dinner progressed, and the mood gradually lightened. However, Kong observed that Aesop remained unusually silent. He briefly looked at the protagonist, pondering her precise thoughts on the entire affair. A sudden feeling of vulnerability and unease washed over him. Yet, he presumed Kong likely didn't share that sentiment. After all, she had been engaged in cheerful conversation throughout the meal. Such behavior was anticipated, given the lack of any romantic involvement between them. Despite this understanding, a lingering sense of solitude and pain persisted. He could only observe Kong interacting with others following dinner. As she prepared to depart, however, Aesop abruptly halted and impulsively seized her wrist. Driven by a sudden urge to converse with her, he offered to escort her home. His unexpected proposition startled her, causing her to recoil and withdraw her hand. She averted her eyes, declining his offer and stating it wasn't necessary. Nevertheless, Aesop leaned in and murmured, informing her that he would await her at the rear entrance. He then turned and departed, leaving the protagonist behind, rendered silent and absorbed in contemplation. Shortly thereafter, the two found themselves inside a vehicle with Aesop. As he chauffeured her back to her residence late that evening through the urban landscape, he initiated a conversation. He remarked that the prior encounter had been rather awkward. She countered that it hadn't been that unpleasant, and expressed remorse for intruding upon such a personal family gathering. This prompted a brief pause before he spoke again. He mused that the concept of matrimony seemed somewhat amusing, considering his lack of prior romantic involvement. Kong remained taciturn, attentively listening. She then replied that he would undoubtedly find happiness due to his exceptional character. Gradually, Up divulged his desire to wed someone he cherished, causing the protagonist's eyes to dilate in surprise. He stated his assumption that she must have experienced relationships previously. The protagonist acknowledged her past romantic endeavors. However, she confessed to her lack of proficiency in them. She described herself as lacking the aptitude for providing adequate care for others. Consequently, her romantic partners invariably ended up feeling wounded. But countered that this assertion seemed entirely fallacious. Perhaps their current dynamic stemmed solely from professional obligations. The main character wavered before answering. A cacophony of car horns momentarily diverted Corp's attention. His concentration on the road faltered. He completed the drive in silence. Both were preoccupied with their thoughts, a palpable tension lingering in the atmosphere at home. Kong made a beeline for the bathroom, exhaling deeply in relief. She relished the opportunity to finally unwind. Her mind wandered to Yun, undeniably amiable and compassionate. It was understandable why someone like Jansa, typically emotionally detached, would be captivated by her. Moreover, Yun possessed extraordinary beauty. This prompted the protagonist to submerge herself further into the bath, contemplating what type of woman the executive director would eventually choose to marry. Someone like Yun appeared to be an ideal partner. The Siap was benevolent, gifted, and conscientious. Becoming acquainted with him unveiled a tender nature beneath the surface. Any woman desiring to marry such a man would undoubtedly find immense happiness. Following her evening ablutions, Kong positioned herself before the looking glass to commence her nightly skincare regimen. Scrutinizing her reflection, she contemplated her austere countenance when devoid of a smile. Her nose appeared prominent, almost androgynous, and her lips possessed a similar quality. This prompted her to pensively caress her visage. A recollection surfaced, Siap accepting a sweet from her outstretched hand, his lips grazing her fingertips. Recognizing her excessive reverie, she gently tapped her cheek, suppressing the urge to flush at the memory. She questioned her own train of thought. Her focus should solely be on professional matters. She reiterated this mantra internally multiple times. How should she address the predicament with TK Fashion? Should she divulge the veracity to the managing director? At that juncture, her gaze fell upon the present, bestowed upon her earlier by Lee. She reached for the decorative ribbon, contemplating adorning it the following day. Kong proceeded to her workplace, as per her routine. However, those around her paused to take a double look. On that particular day, the female staff members showered her with compliments, remarking on her striking appearance. They observed that she seemed like an entirely different individual in that attire. Kong responded that it was simply due to the significance of the day. The manager chuckled, stating he was unaware of any special event. He added that he hadn't witnessed her dressed in such a manner for a decade. Kong let out a nervous laugh. The manager inquired if she had perhaps embarked on a romantic relationship, considering her choice of clothing. Abruptly, Isul interjected, questioning the commotion surrounding Kang's appearance. He asserted that Kong had the autonomy to dress according to her personal preference. The employees acknowledged his presence with greetings. He directed everyone to commence their tasks, as their conversation had extended for an excessive duration. The manager concurred. He anxiously hastened to gather the requisite paperwork. Isul mandated a secondary review of the contract and double-checked the transition dates to ensure a smooth process. Time elapsed until the day of the merger agreement finally arrived, and Kim praised the main character, remarking on her stunning appearance. He initially almost failed to recognize her, observing that she looked remarkably different from their first encounter. Kim playfully suggested that without her glasses, she was truly radiant, and inquired whether Izyub shared the same sentiment, causing the protagonist to flush crimson, confessing to a feeling of slight self-consciousness. Kim questioned if Kong anticipated such a degree of admiration, considering her decade-long adherence to the same attire. Concurring with Kim, Aesop inquired, wondering if there was any particular significance to the day. The protagonist stammered a reply, explaining that it was simply due to the importance of the contract signing. Moreover, she felt it was an opportune moment to prioritize her personal style. This piqued Izyub's curiosity, as he overheard her question her appearance. leading to a brief but meaningful exchange of glances between the two in the vehicle. He replied that her appearance remained unchanged. This prompted a nervous chuckle from Kong, who then averted his gaze. However, he observed a hint of discontent in her demeanor. She seemed displeased because he hadn't offered the anticipated praise. Her slight pout triggered a burst of laughter from Isia. Kong reacted with an irritated glare directed at him. Despite this, he assured her of her enduring beauty, clarifying it wasn't solely a recent observation, causing her to blush in astonishment. She stammered out a thank you, her reaction causing Kim to tense up behind the wheel. The Bakyong Resort merger contract signing, an acquisition agreement, was conducted discreetly within a compact meeting room. It was a relatively small-scale enterprise, consistently operating at a deficit. In contrast to TK's previous tumultuous state, the contract signing proceeded peacefully. But for ICUP, this agreement symbolized his emergence from Siyu Tae's influence, signifying his transformation from TK's successor to the genuine IC Opter of TK. This marked the initial instance, where his managerial philosophies would be fully implemented among his staff. With that, the legal formalities for the merger and acquisition contract were finalized. One of the men remarked that the agreement was officially executed, and all outstanding matters were resolved. Both sides were content with the stipulated terms. Following the diligent efforts, all the legal documents and corresponding protocols were finalized. Seoff replied that the dissenting stakeholders' actions indicated a willingness to be bought out. Securing the shareholder assembly's consent shouldn't pose a difficulty. It appeared they had successfully accomplished everything flawlessly. He commended everyone for their exceptional performance. He expressed gratitude for their ability to sway the investors, leaving the staff feeling complimented throughout the entire endeavor. They concluded a celebratory company dinner was in order. Kong concurred, having already made the necessary dining arrangements. MNP and their legal representatives had diligently appeased the shareholders and convinced the lenders. They were the undisputed key players in the bargaining process. Consequently, the protagonist extended a dinner invitation to them. This did not sit well with ICOP. Despite this, they readily accepted. This caused ICOP to fix Hyun with a stare filled with palpable tension. Although reluctant, he eventually conceded, permitting them to join the festivities later. The group congregated, imbibing and reveling. They attempted to appease ICOP with beverages, expressing gratitude for his presence and support. The staff lavished him with accolades, attributing their success to ICOP's diligence and commitment. Despite the outpouring of commendation, ICOP remained unimpressed. ICOP internally mused they needn't attempt to curry favor. Nevertheless, everyone raised their glasses in a collective salute to ICOP. Meanwhile, the main character engaged in conversation with Hyun and the other colleagues at a separate table. This prompted ICOP to contemplate the nature of their jovial exchange. This curiosity led him to hastily consume his drink, seeking a pretext to dismiss everyone. His sole desire was to join Kong at her table and relish the celebration exclusively with her. To avoid missing the blossoming of this romance, kindly activate the notification bell, and we shall meet again in the next adventure.